middle of a talk show.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we are live. So welcome back to Collaborate to Elaborate talk show for my audience who have been watching me in the past year and before. I did almost 75 plus talk shows, both virtually and few face to face as well. After that, few there was a few months gap. I was focusing more on my career and different things going on. Then I resumed the talk show back in this year, and I'm happy to say that meeting Sukant, right, and he's from Bangalore. He has a very good amount of experience in the field he's working on. Um, so before I give you the stage, Sukant, I'll just talk a bit about myself. I think this is the
Mhm.
first time we're meeting face to face virtually.
Yeah.
So my name is Dr. Ankur Rajan Verma. I'm from Pune right now, but before that I was in Mumbai. I have been through many countries for different work assignments, and I started my career back in 2000. Right, so almost 26 years I have been in this industry. From my college days, I worked on microcontroller assembly level programming. So right now, till private cloud and how things are going around in the AI world, it's very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
A few weeks back, I was invited as a keynote speaker on Lala Lajpat Rai College of Management, Mumbai. So I gave a speech on emerging AI technologies and the startup ecosystems, and it's very fascinating to even go through the different topics and talk to the students. So it was a fun week and fun month, I would say. So I would like to introduce you, Sukant, to my audience. Would you like to introduce yourself and talk something about yourself?
Yeah, sure, Ankur. Firstly, thanks for having me. I'm absolutely excited to be here as well. So, as you said, I'm named Sukant Kumar, and I have approximately, I would say, about 21 years of experience in the IT industry, typically starting in 2005 with infrastructure. So, you can typically say that I'm one of the guys the companies call when their infrastructure is confused, their identity systems are misbehaving, or the servers decide to take an unscheduled vacation. So that's where it all started with. Currently, I'm working as an associate director at Kyndryl, where I lead cloud identity and infrastructure programs. I mean,
Wow.
in simple terms, if it has to do anything with Active Directory, Entra, IGA, PIM, PAM, and a lot of other abbreviation, uh, I'm the person to go to. And recently, in the last, let's say about 2, 3 years, I've spent a good chunk of my time in security operations. That's something that I have picked up. I've worked on SOC, SOAR automation, vulnerability management. I've been part of in my career. This was one of the best experiences. Very tough one is being part of a major ransomware incident recovery. I mean, imagine coordinating global teams,
Yeah.
rebuilding systems, and on top of that, keeping everyone calm. So basically, you can say it is an IT version of an action movie minus the explosions. So before Kyndryl, I mean, obviously Kyndryl was previously IBM, so we were spun out of IBM. I've worked on leadership roles at EXL, Wipro, and my initial first stint with IBM, managing data center environments, modernization programs. So, I started, I think, same time around you, Ankur, 2005. So we can probably say this with confidence that, you know, we have seen everything from servers that are older than my coffee mug to platforms that they think they are smarter than all of us. So it's it's a good journey. It's been a good experience. I have performed varied roles from tech administrators, system administrators, into SMEs, delivery management, project management, client support managers, contracting. I've served as IT architect. I designed solutions, and then I moved into the leadership roles from a techno management perspective.
Pretty
That's pretty.
impressive. Yeah. No, that's pretty impressive. Right from infrastructure, where I'm sure you have seen all the hardwares that that was involved long back in the days, right? And now
Yeah,
it's
floppy
mostly
disk. I still remember them. How you have to secure it from dust, even if a particle goes in. How
uh,
much was it? Uh,
1.44 MB, right?
1.44 MB.
Yeah. So the smaller one, the bigger ones. Yeah. I mean, we can
Yeah,
talk a lot about it. That really refreshes a lot of memories from those
it
days.
does. I mean, still have the ringing sound of modem dialing in. Those days, I mean, people today won't understand what that means. And if if it was a stable connection, you wouldn't want to touch anything. It used to run after you. Like, don't do anything, let it run. So it used to be from those days, the way and the speed at which IT industry has evolved. It's literally looking like in a rapid mode, and it's still doing that. I mean, if you see every, I would say, 8 to 10 years, there is some next level of disruption. First, the client server model came, then came the virtualization. From virtualization, it came into cloud, containerization, and now AI. So there are a lot of things that change. But if you look typically at the cycle, it's somewhere between, I would say, 8 to 10 years, technology drastically evolves.
Right. That's very true. And everything revolved around the customer experience and how we can
Yes.
make things better for the customer. And I think that leads to our topic that we're going to talk about. So I was doing some bit of reading myself on SLA and
Mhm.
XLA, right? And it's very interesting. It's not that the term XLA is totally brand new,
Yeah.
but the way it is putting things forward, it's really really necessary. I think this term, I think, came around 2010, those
Yeah.
days, right? But I was trying to debate with the AI itself, right? Why we need XLA and why SLA, and there has to be a particular weightage, and the domain XLA also is key to
Yes.
getting things ready, right? So
And I think,
very, very true.
what happened is, I mean, traditionally, if you look, I mean, we both have been part of that industry, and we have seen how the metrics and SLA system were designed. They were predominantly targeted on availability. That's the main criteria
Yeah.
on which everything was measured. The uptime of a server, uptime of a service, everything was whether you are able to have or you are allowed to have 1000 minutes of downtime on an active directory service in a year. So if it does that, you meet the SLAs. But think about it, that 1000 minute happens at the peak period for a client. So if I have a client who
Yeah.
is into media and entertainment, and their peak period is the festive season around the year end, and if that time my Active Directory is not available, people are not able to authenticate, get into the systems, and perform their day to day jobs, that would mean even though I have met my SLAs, the client will not be happy,
Right.
because that's where XLA comes into picture. So initially, if you look at it, it is, it is one of those terms that still sounds a little bit buzzwordy types, because it's something which is gaining some traction in the system and in the environment now. But once you understand it, it completely changes how you think about IT service delivery as a whole. Now, if you look, Excel is, for the benefit of everyone, Excel is experience level agreement. So usually, if I have to put in a very simple term, SLA is equal to, the server was up 99.9%. And for the same environment, if I'm measuring XLA would be, did the user have a smooth frustration free experience. So that's the difference between, at a very layman term, difference between what SLA and XLA is. Why XLA is gaining more traction these days? Because based on the clients that I work with, did some research on my own, I've been in touch with different communities within CISM and CISSP and even my PMI circles. Uh, Client these days are not just looking for service delivery. Previously, it used to be I was managing my infra, I will contract with the service provider, and the service provider provides me service based on the contract. That's the end of the deal. This usually used to happen because the industries who were outsourcing this work, they were not primarily IT industries, and they want to, as part of contracting, if we look at contracting basic definition, it's about passing on your risk to a supplier so that he manages the services for you. That was the whole idea of it. In today's world, as you recently said, you have been to the AI forum and the startups. So startups are coming up. There is a lot of talent in the market, and the big companies, the companies that have been in the environment for a long time, they want to give their employees good experience. They want to retain those talent. So retention of talent, considering the current generation and how it is evolving from a work-life balance and culture perspective, they want people to be retained in the environment. They want the talent to be attracted. Now, talent attraction will not only happen if if the employees say, I have a very good, I don't know, Alienware, good hardware gaming laptop that's provided by the company. It's about what their experience is, what their journey of joining an organization is. How do they feel connected to the organization? How valued they feel? All those things, because these are the people who are consuming the IT services, the applications, the infrastructure as a service, PaaS, SaaS. All these are technical terms, but at the end of the day, everything translates into experience for a client or client of client. And if I can deliver that, if I can measure that, then I can align my strategies, my roadmaps to how I can improve the overall service while delivering it and transforming it in a way that the consumers of those service feel valued. Now, when I did my design thinking course, when I was doing my IT architect certification, one of the key things that was, I would say, the base foundation of solutioning used to be keeping the user at the center of what you are designing. That's the basic fundamental of architecture. So we typically design solutions for the users. That was something which was missing in SLAs. SLAs was giving me availability of consumption, but not the quality of consumption. So the
Right.
quality of consumption came into XLAs, and it's something that um, you know it helps define how the service runs. It helps defines how user satisfaction, ease of completing activities, your friction points in the workflows are minimized. Um, there are emotional sentiments that are, I mean, and typically if you order something from Amazon, even if it gets delivered on time, if the experience with the delivery agent was not good, you would still rate it a 1 or 2 star. So it's
Correct.
not just one aspect of, I mean, the product is delivered to you, but the overall experience of that being delivered to you is probably the reflection of the end-to-end workflows, the frictions, the emotions, the sentiments involved in a service. So that's where XLA has started playing a major role. And as I said, industries and companies today do not just look for keep my server up, they look for how my users are experiencing the service that I'm providing to them.
Yeah, no, you are right. Because even when I was doing my seminar, and the key point was, it's not just that the startups, they are building a product, or making just the slide deck or the pitch deck for the investors, right? That was not the key. That's what I was trying to explain the student as well. The key is addressing customer pain point. How
Yeah.
would you in your words, how would you increase a better experience for them, right? Not only the consumer, but also the creator, right? So you look at both sides, and domain based experience matters a lot, because if I'm doing banking, right, I would want to do things with my transactions quicker. I want it to integrate better, right? I don't want to spend time just trying to get to my account balance, right? For example, a small thing.
That's a very good example, Ankur. Imagine your parents and my parents' days. They would have spent hours standing in lines of banks and post offices and electricity bill and all those stuff, right? All those things, we saw the transition from those days to the way that we operate, but the current generation doesn't even know what standing in line in a bank means. So it's
Yeah,
about creating those experiences. So it's that's the reason I said it's all changing. We do this on a day-to-day basis. We technically, if you see, inherently human are designed to attach experience and sentiment to everything.
correct.
We have this is probably, I would say, encoded in our DNA to look at things that way. It's just that in the delivery, in the IT service delivery, it was not being looked that way. Now when it is understood, so I'll give you an example. Mostly if you see the experiences that have I had, um, digital workspace, service desk, cloud and SaaS services, end user computing, identity access management, and as I gave the example, employee onboarding and offboarding. These are the things that you see in the IT industry. XLA plays a major role. Now, imagine if a person wants an alternate email address or wants an email address changed because the ex person got married and they changed their name. Now, if it is very tough, it should be so simple that, obviously the person got married, it's going to be a tough life anyways, so let's make the email id change a little easier. So these are all the things which makes the overall experience of an employee or experience in that industry far much better. And we measure it. I mean, other the work that I do, we have put in a system where we actually measure it. So you can define XLAs, but then how do you measure them? There are two aspects of it. One is around how much time it took for you to deliver a service. So first you identify those services which are supposed to be standards, which can be automated, which can be fulfilled automatically. Time to fulfillment is minimized, or it is in tandem with what the user expects. And second is the experience. So even if, let's say, for example, take an example of email change itself. I have put in a system, there is already a catalog in which a user can go, pick up the request, fill in the details, submit, and it gets delivered automatically through automation within the next, let's say, 30 minutes. I have the automation in place, but in certain cases, let's say I have put some sort of an approval workflow in the environment. So that goes through an approval. Now, if the manager who's supposed to approve or the approving authority is not available and the approval delays, so in those cases, once the request is fulfilled, there is a survey sent out to the user. How did he feel about it? Simple mood marbles, not too complex. If we had too many questions and too many things to it, people tend to not respond back to
Ignore
that.
it. Yeah. No, we have
Yeah, so
done that always. Yeah. So we need simple emojis. Okay, this is how I like this part
that's
of the.
it.
Well
Yeah.
said. Yeah.
And once they respond back, and then you do a deep dive. So if the user says that for something which was supposed to be fulfilled in 30 minutes and he says it took long, then you go and deep dive to understand what went wrong. It could possibly be, in this case, the workflows are working absolutely fine. It
Yeah.
is the person who's supposed to approve it that is causing delays, but the end user doesn't care whether it's the manager or any other approving authority because of which it is delayed. For him or her, it is delayed. So in those cases, we have to again rejig the system a little bit. We have to put some controls in place so that we can automatically have conversations with the approvers, make it easy for the approver to approve the request as well. So his experience of approval improves, the overall workflow, and as I said, the friction within the workflows in the system decreases. The shift moves from a DSAT to a CSAT. This is all, these small steps in different areas, identification of automation opportunities, standardization of your services, how you perceive your service from an end user perspective, putting in a system and a governance in place that not just measures, it also corrects based on the feedback that's given by the user. All these things combined together gives an, I would say, an improved and an ever improving service to the users.
Yeah, no, very well said. Because the main thing, I think, I mean, you said a lot of main things, but what I captured was continuous process improvement, right? The
Yeah.
correctness. That's so essential. I remember back in the days, and you gave that approver example, which is, I think, very common in IT, where
Yeah.
you give something and, approval takes place. And I've seen systems where people can, if you want to grab a water, it's fine. So I've seen systems where people can pre-approve things, right? Because I was also speaking to a few of the managers in my past companies, right? And they said, okay, I never got those approval emails, so maybe it went in spam, or maybe I have two emails. It's a merger or acquisition, because I was part of Cytel, which had Tata Infotech, then it merged to TCS. So there's a lot of things going on, right? So they said, okay, I have two emails. I never got email on this and that. So we always improved and listened to every responses from the customer, right, which can be on either side. And we said, okay, so if you didn't got a mail here, we need to improve system so it sends email to multiple
Yeah.
emails, right? That can be approved. At that time, voice IVR was not a very common thing, but now you can do voice IVR. You can call that person and say, oh, approval is waiting, right? Pre-approvals can happen. I remember there are many systems where managers, they know these five things are gonna come, so they can pre-approve it, right? So that's gonna save time. Approval channel factors can increase, right? Voice, email, chat. Now things are limitless. It's just to your imagination.
Obviously,
Yeah,
you gave an example of chat. That's recently something that we have been exploring. You can literally go to Teams and there can be a bot which can go and
yeah,
pop up to the approver. They just need to click on approve or reject button and it's done. Everything's taken care in the backend by the API.
correct. On their
All
mobile.
this,
Right? So what else you
yeah,
need?
it's so easy. So as I said, means the whole idea is to make it easier for the consumer. The technical complexities of setting up the API, the automatas, and all this kind of stuff, that's for the techies to handle. And we
Correct.
have been handling it for a very long time. It's just that instead of doing it using X platform, we are doing it using Y platform.
Right.
The whole conversation, I mean, my one of the examples that I, or rather, one of the two examples that I typically quote in these cases is, imagine, I mean, you have an office, a brand new building, a new startup, and everything. You have got people joining in, and you have, included all high tech, modern stuff in your office. A high tech coffee machine is there as well. Now, the coffee machine is up 99.99% time. It it gives you coffee. It is always online, and every technical metric that you have, it says is performing perfectly.
Right.
So from an SLA perspective, that's like, superstar coffee machine. It gives you good coffee. People are supposed to be happy with it.
Right.
But then here's the twist. So imagine every morning when there's a rush of employees, when they come in, you see employee line up in front of it,
Yeah.
frustrated because the time it is taking to dwell out cups and everything. So imagine it is taking somewhere between 1.5 to 2 minutes, or yeah, so let's say 2 minutes to brew a cup of coffee. The menu is too complex. There are too many options. It it randomly forgets, let's say, your last selections and everything. Touch screen sensitivity, and there are some issues with that. Some people have to double click on it. So even though the machine is available 99.99% time, the experience that a person trying to get a cup of coffee is not what is expected. So what happens is that your overall, people start complaining. Now, if you look at the amount of time, so if you have 100 employees, 100 employees are spending 3 minutes per coffee per day. So if somebody is taking, let's say, 3 cups of coffees in a day with 100 people, it's about 1,000 minutes of productive time that is
Wasted.
wasted in getting a cup of coffee. So it's not just about experience, it correlates to all these things. The more easier you make it for your employee, for your user to consume these services, it makes him, more productive. He feels that the environment is productive and good for him, and in those cases you will see that people are having good experience, so they tend to be more aligned with the company
What?
strategies, the vision.
Yeah.
So it summarizes everything into an experience of an employee and how you can make it easier for him to be honest, be productive.
Yeah, and do what it is he's hired to do, right? I mean, you didn't hire
Yeah,
an employee to wait in a coffee line. So, you know,
exactly.
so that should be the prime matrix, and that's it's a very good example. Happens in most of the organization, but I think what the key aspect what you're bringing to the table is not just a coffee machine, right, and not just employee. You're talking about the overall experience and how you can improve things and not leaving anything any stone unturned, right? You're looking at
Yeah,
things with absolute clarity and with absolute pre-experience that you have, so that you can improve things going on the way. You gave an example about the grandparents or parents standing in a queue,
yeah,
and it doesn't take always technology to solve things, right? You need to understand, when you went to some of the banks, when they saw people standing, they gave them seats where they can sit, right?
that's
They gave
extended.
them water to have something while they are waiting. So you can increase or improve experience in so many ways.
Yeah,
And technology should be the last factor, if not the least, to think about, right? You need to think how this whole thing will turn end to end, 360-degree, and then when you deliver something, then you look for technologies, right? And
yeah,
it's happening with AI and AI startups, because I've been actively talking on those topic. The startups, they are kind of focusing mainly, I would not say all startups, but some are focusing on new technologies and the buzzwords, and you can see them failing eventually, right?
yeah,
Because if you don't look at experience, which you said correctly, and if you don't look at actual pain points that you want to solve, these buzzwords are just enablers, right?
yeah. It's I think um, there's a very big misconception that if you have good technology, it works. Not in all cases.
Yeah,
If you have good technology and it doesn't work for people, it doesn't solve a problem, it doesn't make somebody's life simpler or easier, that is not solving any problem. It's that technology is of technical, if you ask me, or a technology service product, it's of no use. I mean, take
absolutely.
an example of how things evolved with Nokia, BlackBerry. Good tool, everything fine. But then when there are smartphones that arrived into the market, they were giving a better experience, a product combined with service giving a better experience. And if you do not pace up, no matter how good technology you have, it will eventually fade out of the market. Because at the end of the day, if I'm taking this phone, it's me who is consuming it. It's not the phone that is getting services consumed by itself. It had the user sitting at the end of the I would say the product. If he is not getting a good experience, he would switch away. And that's the reason, as you said, I mean, quite a few startups fail to understand this, and that's the reason they fail. If they're not, if they might think that they're solving a big problem, but how is it being consumed by the person who was consuming it previously? How do they think that there is an experience that I was getting previously, and now that I'm getting it is better or improved? These are the key things. Very good recent example would be a very simple thing: employee onboarding and offboarding.
Hmm.
So we identified that there are different people belonging to different levels within an organization, working on different techs, different suites, different tech stacks, different profiles. Now, there used to be time that we would stock high-end laptops versus normal laptops. So what we started thinking about is how we can preempt what would be the requirement for um, a very high-end hardware laptop or a basic laptop. So we started looking at who requests these laptops. So we started building personas. So if so, we took help from Workday. If a person belongs to this supervisory organization, belonging to this technology, reporting into this manager, having this as a job title, these are the 4 or 5 criteria. If it meets, that person would need a high-end laptop. So, as part of the onboarding process, when the form is filled, if all these conditions are met, the user doesn't even need to request for a laptop anymore. It
Hmm.
automatically picks up and it is shipped to the user. Now, what happens is previously the user would have to go talk to the manager. How can I get X laptop? And in most of the cases, they are supposed to have a high end laptop. So this made it a lot easier, not just from a consumption perspective, but from our perspective to maintain our inventory as well. We could then correlate trending on which location, what kind of users need high end laptops, so that put more in stock so that we do not have a higher waiting period. A very small step, but all these things make it so smoother. I mean, previously, imagine if a person who is onboarding from his day one of joining till the time he is fully productive, if let's say it was 5 days, if I can reduce it to 2 days, that means I've already attained 66% efficiency.
Yeah.
So that's the way we started looking at things. And it's not, as I said, it's not just about XLA will ultimately correlate to your productivity, your SLAs, your service quality, your key KPIs, metrics. Everything will improve if you have a happy user, a happy customer, and a happy employee.
No, well said. And you mentioned onboarding and final, full and final, and those whole process. That was one of the first system I automated back in 2002, 3. Or remember in my first company, where we took the onboarding experience right from where a person comes into the organization, his data is captured because I was initially involved in that transformation journey. And what we looked at it, understanding the pain points, because when we spoke to new employees, they're like, we entered information and this place, then we have to again enter the same information here. And
Yeah,
there was so
this
much
happens
repetition.
a lot.
Yeah, and then you have first different trainings that they go through. There is no central repository that tracks everything, and you can't see one dashboard that gives you everything, and that's you're able to drill down, right? So that was the first system I remember. My first LAMP architecture system. We use MySQL, Linux, Apache, and those things at that point. I still remember Dreamweaver HTML coding, but it was fun, right? So we
It
looked
was.
at those, yeah, those end-to-end automation, and it was, we didn't automate everything. Some processes were manual, and I keep telling this to people now also when they are automating. I said, okay, so automation doesn't mean you have to convert everything to code, right?
No.
You have to first understand the entire process and make sure you have that documented, right? And then you find out bits and pieces which are really key pain points and fix those, right? And once you fix it, then you document that as well, because there has to be a bigger picture always, right? You don't miss out things, and then you keep on improvising. And now when different companies or startups, they kind of have a discussion with me, I tell them, you need to have some database where employees can ask questions. generic questions, right? These are not the age of KB articles, YouTube videos, or big PDF document. Nobody is gonna read it. The latest generation, they don't have that patience, and technologies
They
has
don't have patience to
yeah.
watch a PPT.
Exactly, right? It has to be interactive. They should ask the question that's in their mind. And when I first heard this concept, I was very surprised. But now when I realize it, it's very much essential, right?
Yep.
You have even if you take AI, which is or generative AI, I keep differentiating them because traditional AI is different than generative. So what I keep saying is the AI, traditional AI, and generative AI. Now the generative AI can understand the documents and information, right? There are
Yeah.
workflows you can build on Azure, Amazon Bedrock, Gemini, GCP, wherever, right? ML Studio. You can build those data flows, ETL jobs that will consume your data. You need another AI. You always need to have two AIs.
Yeah.
Many people miss on that. The other AI understands the people, right? Who is interacting, right? The way I consume knowledge may be different than you, right? And the way
Yes.
we both consume may be different than my grandmother. So you need to have personalized AI which understands people, and one AI which understands information. Then you bridge that gap, and that will be the best bridge example, because that can have a better XLA in my opinion, right?
Yeah, that's it's all about XLAs. And as I said, not everything needs to be automated. Sometimes you have to work with the system that you are dealt with.
Yeah.
And to put it very simply, there is an Indian word, Hindi word for it, jugaad.
Jugaad. Yeah, I know. So
You
I
have to
have a very
figure
good
out
example.
ways.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, uh, we had a client that doesn't have, I mean, user didn't understand what shared folders are, how do they request access for it, and at times automation will just pick whatever is provided in the parameters
yeah.
and they'll just execute it, and it used to fail. So we knew that it's not going to be easy to get every user understand what a NTFS share is, what a DFS is. They won't, and to be honest, they don't care, and ideally they shouldn't.
Right.
So what we did is, um, so we put a small validation step in between. So when a user raises a request, he punches in everything, then there is a human sitting in between who will validate that request in the interim to understand if everything is right or not. If it is, and all they do is they pass it on to the automation engine for fulfillment. So previously, the entire thing was done by human. It was taking, let's say, 3 or 4 hours from the inception to fulfillment. Now, the only part of the validation is where a human gets involved. Everything else is standardized. So we have to work out with what's dealt to us. And as I said, I mean, this was the jugaad that we figured out to see how we can work with what we have. And as you said, everything need not to be automated. You have to see what you can do with what you have. And in certain cases, you will not be dealt with a perfect system. You will not be dealt with a customer willing to spend millions and millions on making it easier for you to deliver things. They would be
Right.
more interested in how you can improvise whatever they have and make an optimum use out of it. I mean, there are various things that the client wants, and in certain cases, they don't even know what they want. So
Correct.
all these things combined together, when you present a picture of this is what your SLA is going to look like, and I have put a wrapper of XLA around it so that it's not just the service that you consume, it is to also ensure that you get the experience that you expected from us as a service provider. Now, that's one part of it. The second part is a happier client will be more prone to become a referenceable client. So they can, it's about word of mouth. So if they market that yes, they got good experience, good service from X service provider, from Y service provider, and then that builds up in the market. And as you said, I mean, startups they primarily uh, relate to these things because they want to grow, and Their brand value can only grow if the customer who is consuming their services are willing to vouch for them, and they can only vouch if they get a good experience.
Correct. No, no, you mentioned very good point about with what you have,
Yeah.
and this was one of the biggest factors. When I was also discussing with the people was startups and unicorn mindset. It's not about burning VC capital, right?
Yeah.
If somebody is pumping in lots of money, doesn't mean you're gonna spend it all and make that as a freebie kind of thing to make the experience better. That's not a long lasting approach, right?
No.
You can't give a lot of freebies or heavy discounts or other factors, right? That's not how you're gonna earn respect. You're gonna earn respect with the correct mindset, with your ability to solve the real pain point and your ability to improvise, which is very essential, right? We talked about the days when grandparents were sitting in a line and a chair was provided, a water
Yeah.
was provided. Now you're waiting on a phone call, an IVR is provided, a callback option is provided, and I'm sure in the future you'll have. I mean, not future. Currently, you can have current AI bots talking to you, right?
Yeah.
It's very practical. You can hire AI agents to talk to you, and they talk, very conversation language with vast amount of information about your organization or the product, right? Back in the days, we used to look at a document to install. Now we're not going to do that, right?
No.
The product has to talk to us, say, this is how I would install, right? If
Yeah.
it is stuck, it should be able to find out from its historical database or look online if you give access that, why is it not working out, right? The human in the loop example you gave, very much required. You have
Yes.
automated few key points, but having a human in the loop who is able to supervise things, very much essential. In near future or in the current, you have fully autonomous system, and the AI can understand anomalies where it feel, okay, now this is beyond my control or jurisdiction or boundary set. Okay, now I'm going to engage a human, right?
Yeah.
So now AI would also engage actively, get a human in the loop. Human doesn't have to supervise, so you can still sit back and relax, and you can see, okay, I have 3 notifications from my AI bot on things that it's not able to handle, right? So overall picture is all about XLA, as you correctly said.
It is. And I mean, as a last thing on this topic that I would say is that this is the second ideology that I analogy or ideology is this is what I follow and how I bifurcate and make it easier for me and for anybody I talk to understand is consider XLA like food. So if you go to a restaurant, you order a dish, you eat it, it tastes good. Taste is SLA. So when the dish arrives, how does it look? How does it smell? So the feel before you even consume the dish, because as you said, I mean, food is something which kind of activates all your senses. So taste is the last sense, which actually is the final, I would say, stamping on that everything is good. So you see food, you smell food. In certain cases you can feel food with hands, you hear crackling sounds and all those. So those are all the senses that are involved before you actually consume the food. The taste is the last sense that gets activated. That's the SLA. Everything else is, typically in my term, if you ask me, is the XLA. How appealing does the food look? How does it smell? So if the texture of the food is not good, you won't be too prone to taste it. So you lose that momentum to to pick up the spoon and taste it. So the the smell, the feel of it, the look of it, these all things attribute to the XLA that we have to look in, not just IT industry, probably I would say in our day-to-day life as well. And taste is something that measures whether it is seasoned properly, whether it is cooked properly. That's the SLA part of it.
Yep. No, that's a very beautiful example, and very rightly said. I'm sure people are gonna stay with that example for long. It will be referenced quite a bit, and it was a good conversation. You have any anything to add when before we close? Anything you want to leave the audience with apart from the food example?
Yes, I mean, the only thing that I would say is that whatever you want to experience personally in your life, in your day to day work, your personal life and professional life, imagine the services that you are delivering to your client and your users. Keep yourself in that state and think on what you would want to experience, not consume, what you would want to experience. So that would give you a directive on how you want to proceed with what kind of services you deliver for your employer, which would be consumed by either your employer, your employer's employees, or your client. So, in essence, try to give the experience to people that you would want.
Yep, and that's very important. You only give people what you would like to receive, so that that's the best of your ability, and no compromises. And just one thing I would add is, if there is anything you see that's not matching our expectation, do speak out. I have seen many people, maybe freshers or who are just joining the industry, they don't come up and speak out these small problems or the things they are observing, because even the tiniest detail from a third person who has not been in that team or organization could impact a lot. So make sure you voice out your concern if you see any. Right? Don't keep quiet. Keep talking. Come in a talk show or talk to people. Socializing is a very important skill, right? There is no system in the world that can run silo or independently. There is no human who can survive
Yeah,
silo or independently, right? So you need to connect, and collaborate to elaborate is one of the platform you can use. There are many, so make sure you connect with me or on XLA on your topic. So thank you so much, Sukant. It was really a pleasure talking to you, and with your great experience and the examples you gave. I really had a very memorable and enjoyable time. I'm sure people who are gonna watch this later or live would definitely enjoy it as well.
yeah. Thank
And
you,
I'm
Ankur.
sure we can connect on future topics on different experiences that you have. I think you have a lot of skills that I can see from your LinkedIn profile. So that's pretty overwhelming to cover in one talk show. So I now understand why you want to dedicate this to XLA.
Yeah, I know.
But I think we can
I
talk
mean,
on
if
other
I
topics.
dwell into topics like identity, IGA, how cybersecurity and zero trust, how integrating all these in the coming, when you look at AI and accountability of who accesses data when, because in AI world, this is one of the big question that's coming is who is accessing what, even the system doesn't know. So how do you put a watch on it? How do you keep controls on it? How do you ensure that what you should see is what you see, not more than that or less than that? The attacks are going to change. It is evolving. I mean, the way if the technology evolves at an X rate, attackers involve at X to the power N rate. I mean, they are very smart.
True.
So, how do we put controls on this? I mean, if you ask me from a security, if I put my security hat on, there are only two methods or vectors through which you can enter a system or you can cause any kind of harm. One is human, the other one is an endpoint. That's it. These are the only two things through which you enter. And if we focus on these two, educate users, monitoring systems, using AI to safeguard your peripheral. Ankur, that's a topic that we can go on for another 2, 3 hours. it's,
That's
it's an amazing discussion topic, and that's something that's catching momentum now. I was reading an article the other day. Security and typically identity governance is becoming very important because all your RBACs, ABACs, zero trust, they will play a very vital role in the coming days with with more and more penetration of AI and the kind of disruption it is going to cause. It is actually causing right now a good disruption, not a bad disruption, but how it is going to increment exponentially. At the same time, we have to ensure that our identity controls, endpoint controls, and most importantly, the monitoring wrapper around it is up to speed with the way the technology is evolving. So it's an amazing topic. It's something which would probably need maybe 2 or 3 hours to go into detail. It's a very fun topic. I love technology. That's something that we can talk on and on and on about it. It's an endless thing to discuss about.
That's true. That's true, and I can see your passion, and
Yeah,
with so much background information that you have on each topic. We'll definitely talk on those topic in future. Uh, with AI, just wanted to add one quick thing. When the transformer paper, the attention is all you need by Vaswani came in, right? Uh,
yeah,
that was 2017. Now, a few weeks back, I think last month, there's another paper the people are talking about is VLJEPA, right? The joint embedding architecture. So the only difference is those were based mainly on text transformation and predicting next word, and this is based on context. Now this
okay,
becomes very key because the VLJEPA is looking at context, and that's what is important in all area. I hope
yeah,
the vision model takes it to the next level, and we'll have better systems in future which don't lie and which are very specific to the topic and can address needs, right?
yeah.
So with this, I would like to thank you once again, and for everyone who is watching live and would look at it later. I'm going to end the recording. Just click next. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, we are live. Hey, Kiara, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. This is absolutely fun. I know we connect anytime, anywhere,
Yeah,
and absolutely brilliant.
that's
Just,
true.
ha-
It's really
just having my hot sip of water in the morning.
good. Yeah. Well, it's night here, so.
Yeah, I know. 2 a.m. What are you doing 2 a.m. talking to me?
Well, right now it's 8 p.m. in New
Oh,
York.
wait. Oh,
Yeah.
where are you from?
Well, actually, I'm Italian, but I've been born in France and I've been living there since I was born. So I'm just visiting my family right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're in Italy.
Yeah, I'm Italian. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. No, I was just seeing the time zone. You said Paris, so I was like, it's 2 a.m. I know what's she doing 2 a.m. in the night.
Yeah.
I thought maybe she's like me. She likes to be awake at the night because I
Yeah.
am awake at it's like 6 a.m. here.
Yeah.
So it's always fun, to be awake in the night. It's quiet and you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's
You can
true.
study because
Exactly.
recently I started reading the book Dancing with Qubit about atomic quantum computer.
Okay, yeah.
So I've been reading about that. So I do that in the morning because that's the best time that your brain works fine.
Yeah.
It's without any distractions, right?
Exactly.
So it's absolutely brilliant. All
Yeah.
right, so I'll give you a quite quick introduction about myself. I
Okay.
think we are speaking for the first time.
Yeah.
So my name is Dr. Ankur. I've done a PhD in machine learning. I've been in this industry for almost 25 years. I've started, with assembly level programming in my college. Those move AX, CX commands. And then after assembly language, I worked on the services industries. I worked as a call center agent for multiple processes, billing, technical support, and different supports.
Mhm.
From there, I saw a lot of manual processes, so I started working on automating them. So I did a lot of business process automation and trying to reduce mundane work and business intelligence and eventually around customer success. Then I moved into IT and software teams where I worked dedicatedly on designing systems for customers, addressing their needs, and fixing their pain points. And then recently, in my past company, I was part of multiple roles in implementation, support, development, and now as a cloud support engineer, which we were talking before the show, right? Uh,
Yeah,
hy- Hybrid cloud, yeah. So that's pretty much about me.
that's awesome.
So, and the show is all about you. So why don't you give a short introduction about yourself? Who you
Okay.
are, where you're from. I know you told me earlier, but
Yeah.
for the audience,
Yes.
please do that, and
Yes, of course.
let's
Well,
start.
so nice to meet you, everybody. Nice to meet you, doctor. I'm Chiara Sidban. I'm Italian, but I was born in France and I've lived there since I was born. And so I've done pretty much all my schooling there. And so I can speak multiple languages that I've taught myself during all the my 19 years. I do not have that much experience like you do, but I'm just starting in the world of work. I've done little things like babysitting or working in like supermarkets or done things like that. But in
Good.
general, I'm just looking out for new experiences, trying to learn about more cultures and everything like that. So yeah, that's
That's
pretty
pretty good. It's
yeah,
always good to be learning. I was speaking to a few of the guests, and they always say, you should always increase your cognitive skills, learn new things, and multiple languages, and which we're gonna talk about towards the end.
yeah.
It will be fun, and maybe you can learn Indian language as well in the future, right?
Yeah,
So,
that too. And I have the same name as a really famous actress in India.
oh, that's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
so maybe it's a
If you
sign.
yeah, if you join our Bollywood industry, maybe you can become the next famous actress, right? So
Maybe. That would be
yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
Yeah.
And probably you'll give me a chance to be part of that film somewhere, right? So that'll be
Yeah,
awesome then.
exactly, of
It'll
course.
be a new, yeah, it'll be a new experience. All right. So yeah, you were talking about how freshers or different initial person who are trying to get into industry, what struggle they are facing, right? And some of the challenges. So why don't we talk about that to the audience, and see how it goes?
Yes. Yes, of course. Well, actually, I've prepared something. So it's called the experience paradox, which is really a really common obstacle for young professionals trying to get new experiences and to break into their choosing careers, to what they like and everything. So it describes the frustrating cycle when the employers demand experience for entry level roles, yet there's still young candidates that only have internships, volunteer work, or academic projects that they had to show their efforts, which is never enough for those kind of companies, which is really, really frustrating. So, yeah, there's that. And so it creates this impossible situation where gaining meaningful experience feels really impossible for young people. And I can tell that because every time I go and candidate for something, they always tell me that I don't have enough experience. Well, it's normal. I'm only 19 years old. I didn't do much. So yeah, it's really difficult for us to find new experiences in careers that we really love. And yeah, so it's a really big challenge, um, with a lack of understanding around how effectively translate a non-traditional experience into professional terms, and many young professionals struggle with that. So that's
Yeah.
really,
Yeah, no, I've been speaking to a lot of freshers and interns who have joined my company recently, and in general as well. I keep talking to them over LinkedIn,
yeah.
and I understand the struggle, right?
Mhm.
Because on one hand, you're trying to get started, and on the other hand, sometimes the requirement you see, the hiring requirement is you need some level of experience, right?
Yeah.
And how do you deal with it? I myself was trying to help many of them, trying to break this paradox, as you said, which is a very good wording. I'm gonna keep a note of it. I wish I had my diary. I would have written it down. But this is really good. People like you and others who are trying to solve this kind of paradox for the people, right? And if you achieve any breakthrough, or you can make a process or a standard path for them, it's
Mhm.
gonna help them, right?
Yeah.
And in many colleges they are actually trying to do that. They're trying to help them with industry experience.
Yeah.
They're trying to connect with people like me, who can help guide them into different situations we have seen in the past 25 years or 30 years or whatever, right?
Hmm.
And give them situations and see how they tackle with it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not always the skills that matter, right? Sometimes it's the soft skill, it's the way you handle things, it's the positive attitude you have towards things,
Mhm.
right?
And the
Because those
confidence.
Yeah, because those are difficult to learn, right?
That's true.
Because yeah, because if you can just go online, many sites, you can learn a soft skill or a hard skill. But the actual real life problem, thank you, actual real life problem that people face, and trying to come out of it based on your knowledge, your experience, and your skill, that's the tricky part, and that's what we want to see, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I've seen too a very big problem is the confidence from these young people.
Yeah.
It's because like there's really a big gap in this confidence, especially for women and under how how can you spell that?
Yeah,
Underrepresented group.
underprivileged. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
privileged people, because like they feel hesitant to highlight their accomplishments, fearing they aren't enough to compete in the job market. And this is really like not acceptable, because even now we can see that a lot of minorities can't get the same amount of money in certain types of careers than other people, like white cis men or something like that. So that's also a big problem in the society right now.
It
Yeah.
is, and you highlight a very important point as well.
Mm.
Sorry, I'll just get a sip of water.
No worries. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been speaking, almost throughout the night. I was in a trial with someone, so it's always fun, talking. Uh, we are only human, right? So
Yeah, I get it.
that's how it works. But what you said is absolutely true, right? We need to not trying to help them, but provide some kind of guidance, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Very.
you know and I will tell you the basic and the initiation point of this collaborate to elaborate show as well. It started with the same concept as you said, right? People have skills, right? They
Hmm.
have talent, right?
Yeah.
But they don't have confidence to showcase to them, to the
Exactly.
world, that I have this talent. And that's how this show started. I was speaking to my colleague and friend in the cafeteria, and we were discussing, how are things, how is the job market.
Mhm.
And he said, Ankur, I have so much skill, I have talent, and nobody knows about it. I'm like,
Mm.
nobody's gonna know about it unless you say, right?
It's
And
true.
so,
Yeah.
yeah. So I just told him very casually, why don't you come live on LinkedIn, go on YouTube, or so, anywhere,
Mhm.
right? Doesn't matter the social
Yeah.
platform. But the
Mhm.
idea is become visible.
Exactly.
So he
Speak up.
said, yeah, and he said, I don't know how to do it. So I said, like, okay, all right. So I created a matrix called as the visibility and relevance matrix. It's about relevance on the x-axis, visibility on the y-axis, and you should always be in the first quadrant, which is highly relevant and highly
Mhm.
visible, right?
Okay.
You should
Yeah.
always be visible with relevance to the job market, right? Not
Mm.
irrelevant content, because if you're irrelevant and visible, you're just trying to get viral. It doesn't make sense, right? That's not
Yeah.
professional,
That's true. Yeah.
right?
No,
That
it.
doesn't work for people like you and me,
Yeah. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
we should relevant and visible, not irrelevant and invisible,
Visible.
right? You should always, yeah, you should also not be, relevant and invisible, right? Then you're working for someone else, right?
Yeah.
Everybody is working for someone else. It's not that I'm saying don't work for someone else, but try to be visible as well, you
Mhm.
know
Yeah.
because everybody has to establish their brand identity on a personal level so that people know what you know or what you don't know, right? Both are equally important,
Hmm.
right? So
Yeah, that's
suppose,
true.
yeah, suppose if I know Kiera, you know something, right? I can reach
Hmm.
out to you for that thing, right? Maybe you are good in Italian, speaking, for example. So if I want to learn Italian, I will reach out to you.
Yeah.
And maybe you don't know Hindi, Indian language, so I will not reach out to you for Hindi,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, of
yeah,
course.
and you being an honest and direct person, if I reach out to you for Hindi, you are gonna say no, right? For example, I'm saying,
Mhm.
Ankur, I don't know Indian language. I want to learn in future, but not right now.
Yeah.
So you're actually being very clear, right?
Mm.
And
Yeah.
direct and transparent that this is what my boundaries are, and that is important as well, right?
Yeah.
You don't
Always.
keep people, yeah, you don't keep people, in the, different paradox, thinking,
Yeah.
okay, he's gonna do it, I'm gonna wait. That's not how it works, right?
No. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'm really positive about the things you said. Yeah, I don't know what to add because, like you said, really, really things that are right. So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I say all right things as well, because I have been so many people, and this is my 63rd talk show, and it's always fun, right? You learn so
Yeah.
much from each one of them, right? Whatever I'm speaking or trying to say, it's not just my knowledge, it's a
Yeah.
collaborative knowledge about with everyone I have met and my experience, so
Yeah.
it's 63 talk shows plus 25 years. So that's how it.
Yeah, it's the experience. Very nice. I wish I will have this experience in the future like you. Really.
And I truly believe you're gonna have better experience than me, because that's what I always say. I'm that kind of person, right? The next person I meet should always go exponentially higher, right? That's how
Yeah.
things should work,
Oh.
right? Because
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely, right? Because we live in a society where we look out for each other, right?
Yeah, that's
We
true.
try to build community where everybody grows, because individually if you grow, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like you
It's
are on
very
your own.
egoistical. I don't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, very what?
Very egoistical.
Very egoistical. I know. Well
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
You
In
are
France,
filled
it's
with
like that.
brilliant words.
Yeah. Like in France, people are so egoistical and so about individualism that it's not about the group, it's not about the community. And that's really sad because, like, if we work as a community, we can be so much better and so much, I don't know, we can do whatever we want to do and improve and in everything. If everybody learns from everybody and not being stuck in their own head, in their own bubble, it can be very, very much better. So
Yeah, and that's not a specific. I mean, so I will not talk anything specific about a country, but yes, there are some people who have egoistic attitude,
yeah.
and that reminds me, I need to put my phone on airplane mode. I know nobody's gonna call me at 6 a.m., but do that, because you never know. So, and I really don't want to lose talking to you. Even for one fraction of second.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just have a sip again.
Uh,
My
yeah, me
throat
too.
is getting wet. Yeah,
Very thirsty.
yeah.
I never drink enough water. I swear. I know it's bad
You
for
should,
the health, but
yeah.
I can't.
No, you should drink, because
Mm.
uh, our body is made up of, I think, 70% water, right?
Yeah, that's true. I
Yeah,
have
maybe,
only 40. I swear.
maybe you are made up of 80% water in Italy. But the idea is you should drink more water.
Yeah,
and,
it's
and we
better.
talk about, yeah, and we talk about this as well, right? Trying to stay healthy,
Yeah.
right, is equally important, because people focus on the skills, the talent, the job hunt, right?
Mm. Yeah,
But staying healthy and fit is equally important, if not more, right?
exactly.
Because if you're gonna be healthy, if you're gonna be happy, right,
Mm.
uh, you know that will complement and exponentially increase whatever you are doing, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very
And,
true. Yeah.
and that smile on your face is very important.
Mm,
Your health is very important. And this is not something, just if you go to a doctor, they say it's a mainstream thing, right?
yeah, it's true. Because like when you're feeling happy every day in the life, you tackle things very much easily. You'll get a better performance in your work, and you feel very light. You'll be like a sunshine every time. So that's cool to be around people that are really unique and that are smiling, and not someone that's always like bored or not happy or everything. It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And I don't understand why people become sad or unhappy, right? I
Yeah,
just tell them, why don't you talk to me or anyone right, who is
that's
energetic and
true.
who's happy, and who can make you move, right? That's the idea.
Yeah,
Because that's equally very true in life, and it kind of helps. And as you said, sunshine, right? You
yeah,
spread your rays around everyone,
and
correct?
yeah.
You share your positive aura with people, and
Hmm.
that's so contagious, right?
Yeah,
Like if you're smiling, that brings a smile on my face. If we
yeah,
both are smiling, I know we have Raf, waiting. I
yeah.
don't see, I don't see him yet, but I'm sure he's smiling as well. And with all
Yeah,
of us, everybody else who's gonna watch it is gonna smile and be happy, and
exactly.
that's the best part.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna change something in life, and I tell this to people as well, always be in your highest moment in life. Don't be like lowest moment, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna change team, you're gonna change partner, if you're gonna change company or whatever, right? Whatever
Mhm.
change you're expecting, change it on a high note. Don't change it on a low note, right? Don't
Yeah.
be depressed and then change, right? Try to be on a higher note and then change.
Always.
Because yeah, because
Mm.
that's gonna benefit both of the people who is working in a organization, as well as the organization people as well.
Yeah.
Because you gonna change on a higher note, which means that you are planning for something better, right?
Mm.
And you're
Yeah.
gonna go very higher, right?
Mm.
And the organization people are gonna miss you as well. They're gonna say, oh my god, that person was wonderful, right?
Yeah.
and and they would want you to come back, right? And
Yeah.
that happens all the time. The first company I work with, that CEO still calls me on my phone number sometime. He's like,
Really?
Ankur, yeah, and he's like, what are you doing? Why don't you join me? I'm like, well, now I may, if he calls me now this year, definitely I'll say yes. But last year I was in my, different mood, partying, and spending
Yeah.
my time. I was like, no, man, I'm happy here. I'm chilling out. You know.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, of course. But I mean, yeah, I think that we should always remember that we have one life. We should do whatever we want to do, and whenever we can improve to be better for ourselves and not for everybody else, because that's the most important part in life. That's how I think. That's how I want everybody to think, because it's so much easier to wake up in the morning and be like, today is another day and I'm going to slay it. I'm going to do whatever I can to be the better version of myself. And that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put a bit more light on me because you are shining better than me. So
Yes, I have a big light.
you have a big light, and I just realized that I'm not looking that bright. So let me put some light. So yeah, I like to shine as well. Yes, and and the point you made, right?
Yeah.
That's very true.
Mm,
And it helps everyone around,
mm.
because that's very useful for everyone as well, right?
Yeah, it's true, because we live in a society where I feel like everybody is really sad and really bored and really, so depressed when, like, that we have one life. Just enjoy it. I don't understand.
Yeah,
No.
I've
Like,
never met someone like that. Maybe I don't know. We need to switch places. So I've never met someone like that. And if they get in that mood, even a small 0.1%, I was like, come
yeah.
on, wake up. Go to party.
Yeah. Yeah. I only know people like that. And I try to wake them up sometimes and be like, hey, You're unique, you're special. Get up and do whatever you want to do, and you'll be fine.
Exactly.
You'll be good.
Yeah, yeah, and I keep
It's
telling the
fun.
same thing to people, right? Everybody, and I always insist on this point. Everybody that I know or they have a quality in themselves. They just don't know it yet, right? They are
Exactly.
the best version of themselves, right? Don't try to compare with someone, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
You
you
can
know,
never compare yourself.
if for example, if I'm going to compare with you and say, why are you brighter than me, I'm going to be sad, right? But that doesn't
Yeah.
make that doesn't
No,
make sense. It's
exactly.
like apples and oranges, right? So
Yeah.
you need to find out what's unique about you, right?
Mm,
And everybody has a quality that is substantially very
exactly.
exponentially profound, right?
Yeah.
That's very important, and everybody has it, they just don't know it yet.
Yeah,
So
exactly. It's not like one person shines brighter than yourself. It's just that his light
yeah,
is a different color and yours is another. So you just
yeah,
have to see what color you are, like what
exactly.
shine and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And you can shine with any qualities you have. Just it's not just about color. It's about qualities and the way
Yeah.
you talk and your personality and your skills. And coming live doesn't always mean coming on a video call or meeting face to face. It could be writing blogs. I was meeting to one person and he was like he
Mhm.
writes blogs on Medium. Right. I spoke
Yeah.
to him a few days back. So that's fine as well. But the idea is, idea of becoming visible is expressing yourself, right? Put your heart out, talk about it, write about it. And if you have a problem, I was speaking to Janvi a couple of days back, and
Mhm.
she visited Canada and she had some problem initially in a few days, and she rationally found how to solve that problem,
Yeah.
spoke to people and resolved it, right? And that's
Yeah.
what we talk about, right?
Mhm.
We have to first write things down so that it's very clear in your head what are the problems you're facing, because everybody has to face problem, right? You cannot
Yeah.
have a life without problem, because
No.
even
No.
your heartbeat goes up and down, right? So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
You have
yeah,
sometimes to, to
that's how your
regulate it.
life, yeah, that's your life is, right? Otherwise, if your
Yeah.
heart just keeps going up, that's your high blood pressure, that's a medical
Yeah,
condition, right?
that's horrible.
Yeah,
Yes, of
you,
course.
you know,
And yeah, and even sometimes you have to have some problems in your life or some difficulties to see when there's like good things that happens, it will be more enjoyable. You'll be,
exactly,
now it's good, now it's fine, everything's good. I had some problems, but life goes on. You know,
yeah,
that's
life goes on.
it.
Yeah, that's important, right?
Yeah,
I'll talk about yours and mine interaction, right? A few days
yeah,
back you said, okay, let's gonna go live,
yeah,
and for some reason you were busy, right? And then we did not go live, right? I didn't become disappointed. I was not depressed. I doesn't I was not crying, right? For example, we
yeah,
rescheduled it. So the idea is to always keep planning ahead, right?
yeah. Of
And
course.
never get disappointed by failures or anything you miss, because that's going to happen all the time, right? The world doesn't run around you. I know it's a globe, but
Yeah.
the world doesn't run around you. There are so many people, and everybody life and values and ethics are important. So you need to care about each other, understand, have a maturity and understanding, because most of the problem that I have seen people face is lack of understanding, right?
Yeah.
They are not able to understand what the other person is going through, right? They
Yeah.
always see the grass greener on the other side, right? That's not the case. You
No,
don't understand
never.
what kind of fire people are
Yeah,
going through.
that's
Just,
true. Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly. And I wanted to say something, but I just forgot. It was, oh, damn.
I
No.
was also dying. That's my positive aura. I make people things forget.
Yeah.
You can look at your notes. I think you made something on LinkedIn, so check your
Yes,
messages.
I did. Yes, I did. It was, yeah, it's always about the difficulties about, yeah, I talked about confidence and yeah, the hiring systems
Yeah.
themselves that always perpetuate these challenges uh, with like the new AI systems and everything that they're not. It's not like people, back in the day when you had real recruiters that you had to talk to, see live, see face to face. You could see the person, you could see the aura, you could see how they could speak and everything, so you can you can see what kind of person it is. But now that it's all automated, you can't know if this person will be good for your company, or if it will be difficult to work with them or not, even though they have really good I don't know, experiences or not. Maybe they're not just a good person to work with, you know. So that's also a problem.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there's a lot of issues created by automated AI and things like that. I think AI is really good personally, but it's like, I don't know. I've seen this show about AI in the manga industry, which helps a lot of creators to work less and uh, perform better. So there's a lot of negative, but also very positive things about this. What do you
Yeah.
think?
No, I think that's true. The
Yeah.
generative the generative AI that is designed to solve things and assist. It
Yeah.
is never designed to replace, right?
Yeah.
And I was giving an example to one of the speakers where suppose if I'm walking, for example, if you say 1,000 miles from my place, right? If I start
Mhm.
walking, it's going to take me a few days, right? Now,
Yeah.
if I take car or a bike, it's going to take me a few hours, maybe, right? Or
Yeah.
if I take helicopter, it's going to take me a few minutes, right?
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean I'm competing with that vehicle, right?
Yeah,
that
that's true.
vehicle, that vehicle is assisting me to get to a destination, for example,
Yeah.
right? So that's what AI or generative AI is to me. It's helping me reach my destination.
Yeah.
Helping me reach my goal,
Mm.
right? It's helping me solve my problems, right? When I say my, I'm not being selfish, but I'm trying to say is, it is the my thing, the you thing is in the center, right? You
Yeah.
are always gonna be in the center,
Hmm.
correct?
Yeah.
And no matter what tools come, today they're going to call it AI, tomorrow they're going to call it quantum, right?
Yeah.
But the main thing is you should know how to use it,
Exactly.
because people who know how to use new skills, whether it's be AI, quantum, or anything that's available, you need to be aware, right? That is common sense, that is basic thing
Mhm.
of growing up, right?
Mhm.
When you're in the industry, you understand the tools around you, right? Today if you go in office, you're not gonna take a pen and paper always and keep writing. You're not gonna do maths formula on a piece of paper and try to solve it, right? You're not gonna take spreadsheet print out and try to spend give to people, right? You're
Mhm.
gonna send emails, you're gonna use calculator, you're gonna use mobile, right? You're gonna use technology. So
Yeah.
when you used those technology, why not this as a new technology, right?
Yeah.
Just because it is aiming to be smarter, it is
Mhm.
using words like hallucination and those human emotion thing, which
Yeah.
is not true, right?
Yeah.
Because all it does is it converts your word sentences to tokens, converts those tokens into vectors, and
Mhm.
vectors go into multi-dimensional space using embeddings, and then those embeddings get matched with cosine similarity mathematical formula, and that you get your answers, right?
Yeah.
So basically, it's a whole mathematics thing that's happening in the background. So
Yeah.
understand that mathematics, right? Don't
Yeah.
try to say that's a human, trying to fool me, or
It's going to
trying to,
replace me someday.
you
No.
know, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you are replaceable, you're gonna be replaced by anyone, right? For
Yes, of
example,
course.
if I'm doing something and you're better than me, right, I'll be replaced by you, right? Or the other way
Yeah,
around, right?
of course.
or
Yeah.
or it could be anyone else. But the idea is you should always try to learn new skills, be open about learning, because learning is everyday job, right?
Yeah.
Every day I learn something new or the other, and I
Exactly.
don't remember a day that has passed where I have not learned anything, right? I may
Exactly.
not remember everything, but
No.
you know but those experiences are always there. I
Yeah.
always find out something new, or how you're gonna do things
Exactly.
in a different way, right?
Yeah.
Before we were using Excel, then we have Power BI, and now we have Azure, Microsoft Fabric, and you have
Mhm.
Tableau, and so many visualization techniques on the
Yeah.
technical side, right?
Mhm.
Similarly, when it comes to natural language processing, you have NLP, then generative AI, and
Yeah.
human on AI, right? So that's a natural evolution, right?
Yeah,
The idea is, the idea is not to stop it, but to nurture it and see how you can best use it, right?
mhm.
Because
Yeah,
that's how life is.
yes.
That's the reality. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, we have to adjust with the new things that come around in our society because, well, we've seen that change is very positive for our society, how we can, us as humans, can become more intelligent. And as you said, it's about the experiences, is about learning new things and about discovering who you really are, personally, what you can do, what you can't do, also, because that's really important to know what you can and what you can't. And yeah, so there's a lot of, I don't know, a lot of conspiracies around new technologies that are really, really stupid sometimes. Like you know, sometimes I read theories about how the new Tesla robot is going to take our whole world, and I'm like, how can you think that?
they,
Because
they have watched too many sci-fi movies, right?
yes,
So
exactly. Terminator is not true, guys. It's a movie. But
yeah,
yes. So at the end of the day, technology is made by humans to, like you said, help us in our journey. So to better ourselves. So I don't think, yeah, that it's going to replace us someday. I wish not, obviously. But yeah.
yeah, and if someone is even scared about that, right, you need to first think about one important thing is start supporting each other, right? like
Mm,
like we are talking, right, from a different part of the world. Connect with people around you, right? Be supportive, be empathetic, right? Try to have a real human connection with people, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Where no matter wherever you are, make sure that not only you are happy but the people around you are also happy, your friends, your
Mm,
family, the
yeah.
society you live in. Leave a positive impact around people, right?
Yeah. It's the most.
Because that will change a lot of things. And
Mm,
as you said, Terminator or any science fiction thing is not real, and
yeah.
it never gonna
It's.
be real. And I'll tell you one small reason. While I don't believe in fiction, so I want to use the example of a blockchain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when the blockchain came, now that is basically a hash, a mathematical function, and the
Yeah.
second chain is also another hash, and the third chain or third transaction is basically the combination of first two hashes, right? And that's how it goes on, right?
Yeah.
Now the final hash is a unique number, alphanumeric number, right? Which
Mm,
is so unique that even any of the transaction that changes will impact on the last transaction, right? And
yeah.
what that means is, you cannot do that changes. You cannot say I did a transaction X instead of a transaction Y, right?
Yeah.
Because
Mm,
that's going to change the final blockchain value, right? And
mm,
that's how your life is. If you change anything, if you say somebody builds a time machine or things like that, that cannot be true, because if they do that, they're going to change themselves as well, right? So, and
yeah.
that cannot happen. That's what
That
life is. It's a
can.
blockchain. it's the
Exactly.
most,
Yeah.
it's the most complicated blockchain that is never gonna happen, right?
Mm, it's
And
true.
even if it happens, that's gonna happen in a different line of time that will not be impacted to you as well. So stop believing in fiction to reality. uh, you know
Exactly.
and put in
Yeah.
your hard work no matter what you do, right?
Yeah.
If you are working in the hotel industry, put in your best. If you're working in IT, put in your best,
Mhm.
and try to understand a combination of knowledge, not just one silo thing, right? uh,
Yes.
for example, if you're doing a data analyst thing, right, don't focus on
Mhm.
just analyzing data. Understand the domain as well, right?
Mm, mm.
Right? Always have more than one skill in your kitty, because you never know what's going to be used, right? Because
Exactly.
companies are not going to come to you and say, all right, I just need skill one. It never happens. you
No.
know it never happens. Yeah, I think that no means you had some experience, so why don't you share about that?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Well, I had some. experience in internships. I had long internships of 3 months and a half, and basically it was normally prospecting, but I kind of became a travel advisor. Yeah, it was prospecting for a new company that was for tourists in Sicily, in Italy. So it was really fun to make these online site grew up, and like now I see there's a lot of clients, and I'm so proud of myself because I made the site, online site. I've made a lot of little papers and like campaigns and everything. So yeah, I've had this experience that made me realize that I can do a lot of things like graphic designs on my laptop that I didn't know I could do, and use a lot of new systems, new online things, and yeah. So I was really happy about that and this experience. So that's what I say no, because like even if you start working in a company for something, like I started my internship for prospecting into international and everything, you will learn new things and other aspects of this company's sides. So that's really important too.
Yeah, yeah, and you mentioned two important things while you were speaking. One was starting something new, right? So
Mm.
your journey is half solved when you at least start something in that direction, right? Because you have
Yeah.
initiated, right?
Hmm.
And that's very important because people don't even initiate, right? So
Yeah, it's true.
so you should always, if you have a thought in mind, if you're ideating, right, uh, that idea, make sure you initiate it and
Hmm.
get it to some level, right? So you know how it's getting framed, and if it doesn't work out, fine, move to the next one. But at least start that journey. That's very important because many
Yeah,
people I have seen, they don't even initiate. They're like, I'll wait for the moment, I'll wait for this, I'll wait for that.
yeah.
Doesn't work that way, right?
No, exactly.
You have something that's substantial, and if you feel that's substantial, doesn't mean somebody else is feeling it, right?
Yeah,
uh, if you are in Italy, you feel something is substantial in your mind, you're not gonna ask someone else and wait
and
for
do
that.
it for me. Yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna start it yourself, right? So
yes,
that's, yeah, the self confidence is very important in your life. And the
yeah.
second thing you mentioned about the wow factor.
Hmm.
Whenever you do something, if you feel wow about it, like that's amazing, that's what I did, was like
Yeah,
that was, I loved it, right? uh, that's very important. The smaller successes, right,
yeah,
have a very significant impact in your life. And I have seen that with people who have grown substantially, or who are growing in life, not just on one aspect, right? It doesn't mean
yeah.
growing financially or growing economically or socially. It's growing in their mind, right? That's more important, by the way. Not that the other things are not, but this is,
Yeah, but this
yeah,
is more important. Yeah,
yeah,
obviously. I mean,
in your
emotion.
head. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that something that we in general don't really think about is the emotional intelligence that every human has, and that is so important socially, and financially too, economically. Like in your life, you'll need this emotional intelligence to grow as a person and to grow into your life, or in your work. If you're just a work person, you'll need your emotional intelligence, because like you can imagine you're a high director of a large, really large company that sold billions and billions of dollars. You'll need emotional intelligence to talk through with your clients, with your collaborators, and everybody around you. And it's so much better to have somebody that understand you um, will understand you psychically and like emotionally and everything. So it's so much important that just raw intelligence about some topics and everything. This is really important too, but I feel like emotional intelligence is so much more important as a person living in the community. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no, I agree, and I stand by that word. And you're just saying amazing words. I don't believe you are like a fresher or an intern. I just believe you have like 200 years of experience, in so many areas.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. that old, but you have that kind of maturity and the different things you have, I think, read or understood. Because emotional intelligence is so important. People don't realize the value. It plays a very significant role in your life, and people who have exhibited emotional intelligence, they are able to, sustain a better life, right? Not just achieving
Yeah.
heights, it's sustaining, because that's what matters, right? Because IQ, having a higher IQ will only take you so far, right? So, what's the point of being sad and rich, right? So, it
Yes,
doesn't.
exactly.
And what's the point in being, the most famous person and not having friends around? So, that doesn't work that way. Emotional intelligence is so critical that it is valued higher than, IQ, right?
Yeah,
And once you achieve your IQ, once you achieve your emotional quotient, emotional intelligence, you should always have a discipline and consistency also in life. Those are the four pillars. I stand by it, right?
yeah.
Because whatever you do, like going to a gym, for example, right?
Hmm.
If it is difficult and you're not able to sustain that, you're not going to make a good, healthy body. It's not about, six packs, or, not about achieving those great muscles. It's about your overall fitness, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Cardio is more important, the stretchings are more important, for example.
Yeah.
So these things help you attain better things in life, and that brings a smile on your face, and the whole thing that shows a confidence in yourself, right?
Exactly.
Because one more thing you said, and I just remember that, is about self love and self respect, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the only person, no matter whatever whoever says, right?
Yeah.
uh, I'm not saying they're not gonna say, I don't believe them. Believe them as well,
Yeah.
but believe me that the only person that's gonna be with you is yourself first, right?
Exactly.
Nobody else is gonna be with you, right?
Yeah.
I know somebody might be angry at me, but the but the idea is, I'm not disrespecting that person. All I'm saying is, that you're gonna be with yourself always, right? For 100% of the time. Now, if somebody is with you 100% of the time, value that person, which means value yourself, value your skills, value your dreams, right? Because that's very important in my opinion.
Mm, yeah, I agree with you because self love and self appreciation is the most valuable thing in the world. Because without it, without you can't have motivations, you can have dreams, you can have healthiness, you can have nothing if you don't love yourself. And then like because and I saw that in a lot of people. It's always about loving all the people around you, and then you forget about yourself, but that's not how how it is actually. It's before you have to put yourself first and then put people after you, which is
Correct.
very difficult sometimes, but it's true in
It
general.
is
Yeah.
true, and it is true, and I'll give you a couple of examples that'll make sense. And the examples I have is basically in an airline, right? When you achieve a certain height, for example, airline has achieved 30,000 feet in the sky,
Yeah.
and that goes with life as well, right? When you achieve a certain height, now if there are problems, right? You're
Yeah.
not going to put the oxygen mask to someone else.
No, exactly.
They say put the mask to yourself first. And why do
Yeah.
they say that, right?
Yeah.
Because even to help others, you should be healthy yourself, right? You should be
Yeah.
stronger yourself, right? And it goes with everything. If you're gonna help someone else, make sure you are stronger, right? If you
Yeah.
wanna make someone happy, make sure you're happy first, right?
Yeah.
you know
Sure.
that's how it works, and you only realize it when you achieve a certain height in life.
Yeah.
Because when you're just walking and crawling, you will not understand it, because that's not required. You don't have anything on stake. But when you achieve a life, height, which is, the airline example I give,
Yeah.
you understand the seriousness of it, right? Because there's a lot of stake, a lot of things at stake, right?
I really like this example. I will use it when I talk to people. It's a really good example. Yeah.
I have
Really.
I have a lot of examples, right? You know, I keep talking about it for hours and hours. I do offline sessions as well with people, and it's all fun, right? We do such examples, especially after a lot of drinks in the party as well. And the idea is trying to motivate the younger generation, trying
Yeah.
to sustain the mature generation. Try to work combining all the energies in the organization and people to a better life, right? It's not just achieving a target. It's achieving a target with a lot of happiness, a lot of healthness, and a lot of joy. Everything is a combination. You cannot just do one thing and just do that for the rest of your life. It is a combination of lot of things, right?
Mm.
uh, you know it doesn't work that way, right? If I want to drink a cup of tea right now, I have to stand up, I have to go to the kitchen, I have to find the milk, I have to find the water, right? So
Yeah.
it's always a combination, right? There cannot be one pill you just take and that's only when you're ill, right?
Yeah.
So don't be ill. Be healthy, be wealthy, be wise, and always connect, talk to people, be energized. It's so much energy. You have. Just make sure you keep exercising that energy, because, for example, if you're a person who likes to be fit, for example, right,
Hmm.
then you will go on a gym, you're gonna go running, right, and that will increase your stamina, right?
Hmm.
You cannot walk 1,000 miles, just wake up and walk up, right? You cannot do that. You cannot run a marathon. You can't do Iron Man or Iron Woman just like that, right? You need to train
Exactly.
yourself, right?
Train every day.
Every part of your body needs training, even
Mm.
your mind, even your positive energy, right?
True.
Even your emotions,
Mm.
everything needs to be trained, and it's a very difficult concept for some people, but that's what we're going to tell it to people, that it's going to be make it easier for them, right? uh, you
Exactly.
know yeah, making someone happy, and people do this subconsciously, right?
Mm.
Many leaders, or many people who have this quality, they do it very subconsciously. You just sit with them, for example, right? If somebody is a good spiritual person, you will feel that energy passing through
Right.
you, right?
Yeah.
And that's very true, right? If I meet someone with a better aura than me, I feel that energy flowing inside me. If
Yeah.
I meet someone who has an equal aura, we share the aura on a parallel level. The wavelength matches, right? Like, for
Yeah.
example, when we are talking, our wavelength is matching, for example, right?
Yeah.
And if I talk someone with a bit less aura, then my energy flows into that person and we become together, right? And
Yeah.
that's the whole point of life, is you should all be trying to make things equal for everyone, right?
Yeah.
There is no point in succeeding and achieving something when you don't have anybody around you, your
Yeah.
friends, your family. Everybody should be, but the one person that should always be with you is yourself,
Yeah.
right? Always believe in yourself. Don't ever, you know
Yeah.
lose hope or go in depression, right?
Yeah, that's really true.
Nice. So anything else you want to add?
Not really. I think like we tackled a lot of issues with the whole ev- um theme that we had for the event.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, we talked about a lot of things, and I'm really happy because I'm learning new things with you. So it's really some inspirational things that you said that will be stuck in my mind tonight, and I'll be like, he was right about that. you know.
Yeah. No, I'm glad about that, because I keep telling to people that it's not always that when you talk or when you connect with people,
Mm,
you're gonna make impact with 1,000 people, right?
yeah.
Never have that expectation because if you have expectation of 1,000,000 people, and if it is a 9,999, then you're gonna lose your expectation. So always have that expectation. If I'm talking to you, I'm gonna make you happy, I'm gonna make an impact on you, one person, right? That's more than enough, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna do that connection, and that's what flows on, right?
Yeah.
So have a lower expectation, and then when you achieve it, celebrate that success. And I keep telling to people, always celebrate your smaller success. It's important. People say, why are you just celebrating a smaller success? You just started this course, or you did smaller things, but
Mhm.
it is important, right? You should always have that joy in you and saying, oh my God, I did it,
I
right?
did it. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. And that's very important, right? We used to do that in schools and colleges, right?
Yeah,
And that's what made us what the person we are now. So something we did right shaped us to a better future, then why not continue it, right?
exactly. Yeah. We
Yeah,
should always
because
try to have this positive energy every time. Every time. Even if something bad happens, it's all right. I'll do better next time. I'll do better next time, and I'll do better next time again, and everything. So yeah, it's really important to have this kind of mentality, this strong mentality and this strong aura to, you know, give some inspiration to other people to, make them feel better and everything.
yeah, and even yesterday, I was speaking to someone, and that person was telling me, Ankur, I have this so much excessive work, and I'm stressed, and I'm like, what are you doing? So I spoke to him, and he said, I'm doing this, right? A, B, C, D. I said, all right. So why don't you automate B and C, because that looks very mundane, and that's what's stressing you out. And he said, yeah, I didn't think thought about that. I'm like, yeah, that's all it about, right? Because if you are getting stressed about something, write it down, lay out that process. Maybe you can automate it, maybe you can give it to AI, right? Maybe you
Mm,
can come to someone else, right? So
yes.
just think about rationally, you know
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
if you don't think about rationally, you're going to be stressed out. I can be stressed out, if you somebody asks me, make a tea for me, and I will be like, oh, I have to find the milk, I have to find the sugar, I have to find the water, I have to find myself, I have to find my lips, I have to find the cup to hold it, I have to find my it doesn't work that way, right? So you need to rationally think about things, and that becomes your subconscious energy and subconscious mind, and you just do it, right? And you
Yeah.
figure things out, because if you're getting problems, that means you're capable of handling it. So handle it. you know
Exactly. Exactly. That's real. Very, very true.
Great. It was lovely talking to Kira. I mean, it was so much fun, and you're filled with so much good words and energy. That's very inspirational. You should really continue whatever you are doing, reading
Thank you very.
books, or talking to people, or connecting, or learning new things, right?
Yeah. Thank you
That's
very.
very
That's really
important.
nice.
You're most welcome. So that kind of brings to the end of the talk show,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Unless you have to add more points, which we can also do it in future. We can
Yes,
connect
of
that.
course.
Yeah, I would like to make this as a series, but as I said, I have added a cultural section as well towards the end, right?
Uh-huh.
So in that cultural section, we do many things. We try to either sing, if you sing, or we recite a poem, or you can say something in your native languages. Something that's very unique for the show. So I will give the stage to you if you want to say something in your native language, or anything you want to add. If you play a
Yeah.
musical instrument is also fine, or
Okay.
if Ralph want to join as well, it's fine.
Yes.
uh,
If he
he's
wants
not,
to.
but I don't see him, I don't see his
Oh, he
face.
said he was listening to us. Yeah, he is
Yeah,
listening.
he's listening, yeah, he's listening, but I
Yeah.
can't see him, right? I can't add him to the show
Oh.
unless I see him.
Oh, well,
So
that's sad, but yeah.
yeah, I can't, I
I
can't
will.
add. Yeah. So
Uh,
if he wants to join as a video participant, tell him to turn on the video so I can see him first, and then I'll add him. Uh,
yes, of course.
Otherwise, you can continue with the cultural section while he continues to join.
Mm, okay. Um. mm, I
Ralph,
wanted.
if you're hearing us, turn on your video. so
I'm going to talk to him in French.
okay,
Timothée, tu peux rejoindre si tu veux. Tu peux mettre ton visage. Tu peux parler si tu as envie de parler. Et si t'as pas envie, ne le fais pas. Voilà.
okay. You want to explain?
Yeah. So I was telling him that he could show his face and talk with us if he wanted to, and if he didn't want to, he could just write down and tell us that he's not comfortable with that.
That's fine.
So I want to because I am a Sicilian, but also I didn't tell that when I was introducing myself, but most of my family is Tunisian, so I have a North African. I don't speak Arabic. I'm so sad about that because I would love to speak Arabic with my family, but I can't. And so I wanted to read this little poem. It's called Essence of Life.
Okay. Very
And
nice.
so it's in Sicilian. So I'm going to read it to you guys and then
Okay.
explain you what it says mostly. Um,
Okay. Go for it.
Essenza di vita. Tutto è finito dove è cominciato. Tutto se n'è andato. Soltanto la scia del tuo passato è rimasta. Come tutte le cose del passato si ricordano come rimpianto. Solo l'essenza della vita è rimasta. Per continuare il percorso del tuo vivere, come un granello sei germogliato, come polvere sei sparito, solo è rimasta l'essenza di vita. Ecco. So this is the poem. This is the
I did
poem.
not understand. I did not understand anything, so you need to help me out here.
So basically what it says is that the life is really short and it can put seeds into the grass and make a tree out of it and then fall and become mud again. That's what it says in general. So life, even if your life is difficult right now, just know that one day this little seed that is your life will grow and become a tree. Even if it will fall one day, your tree will be big and beautiful with a lot of leaves. So yeah, that's the inspirational thing.
Wow, that's really nice. I'm really getting goosebumps. It's so lovely. You know, it's a combination of my cheeks paining with smiling and the goosebumps. It's so nice. You're filled with so much, energy and positive vibes, and so inspirational things you have. And just to add to that poem, we don't have anything to control when we come into life, right? When we are born, it's not in our control. When we go, also that's not in our control. The only thing we have, right, in our control is our present. So make that the best moment of your life. Life should be life, like as big as you want it to be, right? There is no limit. It's in just in your mind. So keep doing new things, keep connecting to people, and live the best version of you, because every next version. And I like this version thing. When I spoke to one of the guests, she always says that, every next version that she's gonna have is gonna be a slightly better than the previous version, right? And
Yeah.
that's what it matters, right? It doesn't
Mhm.
matter that you're gonna make 200% success or 1000% success,
Mhm.
right? Even
Yeah.
you make 0.0001 point success,
It's
that's more than sufficient, right?
exactly. Yeah, it's true.
It just
Thank you
has
for
to
your
be
kind words.
it just has to be incrementally more than previously. That's it.
Exactly.
you know
Yeah.
your tomorrow should be slightly better than today. That's it.
Yeah.
And if you're in the IT industry, when you're automating things, don't think about you're going to automate 1 hour, 1000 hours. Even if you automate 1 second of work, right, you're saving that 1 second, right?
Mm,
And that's the start, you know.
yes,
So
it's
have
yeah.
that start, don't give it
Mhm.
up.
Yeah, exactly. Little by little, you'll be finding yourself and finding new things that you can do. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And Hindi, they say boon boon se sagar banta hai, which means boon boon is drops, and sagar is the ocean. So
Oh,
right, drop drop with drop and drop, you the ocean becomes, right,
yeah.
and that's the concept. So small small things, and that makes the ocean. So always plan for the ocean, and we are all gonna be together and watching out for each other, and
Mm,
appreciate everyone's smaller success, smaller journey, because it may be smaller for you, but for someone else it may be the entire life, right? So
yeah.
with that note, I don't want to end the stream. I want to talk to you forever, but I know we cannot. So
No.
we're gonna end the stream.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, Kira. It was lovely talking to you. It was
Yes, it
absolutely
is a pleasure.
fun. And I'm sure who gonna watch live or who gonna watch this later, because we set up this very ad hoc, right?
Yeah.
So people are gonna watch later and they're gonna provide feedback, and we'll definitely connect again and discuss more beautiful things in future. Okay,
Yes, of course. Thank you for
most
this
welcome.
for this event. It was really, really good to
Yes,
talk
I
to
enjoyed it.
you.
I enjoyed it as well. I'm gonna click on end stream. So we're gonna go offline. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are live. Hi Jay,
Hello, Ankur.
how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Saturday fun.
Oh,
It's
so
always good to relax in the house and meeting new friends. So you're from Pune itself, right? So that's nice. We can probably catch up, later, or on the next show we'll try to do it live, face to face.
yeah, sure. Even I'm staying in Pune for last 1 year. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good. That's
yeah,
nice. So we can party together. That's good.
yeah,
So one more
yeah,
friend I
that's
can
true.
party with. It's absolutely fine. Yep.
Yeah,
So I'll just quickly introduce myself. I know we had a small trial session, unfortunately a bit late due to busy schedules we have. I think more of busy schedule for myself. My side, it was more of coordination. So it's difficult
no
to
problem.
find the time.
No
Yeah.
problem. Yeah. Monday to Friday, it's busy for everyone. I understand.
Yeah, a lot of traveling. So I cycle to
Yeah.
work. Yeah, so I
Mm-hmm.
almost cycle 20 kilometers to work, to
Oh,
Phoenix and Hadapsar back, right? So it's a bit 20-kilometer ride back and forth. So it's fun.
oh,
I love cycling. I love to stay fit, because at the end we need to be fit, right?
right. So, I mean, 20 kilometers, so no need for you to go to gym also, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's
You were
kind
saying
of
that you
exercise.
wanted to. Yeah, I know you were saying you want to go to the gym after this, and I was thinking of
Yeah.
telling you, man, every day is a gym for me. Uh, you know, uh,
Okay. Yeah.
so I try to do that because see, staying healthy is important no matter how much
Mm,
we do work and whatever we do. If you're not healthy, if you're not taking care of our body and mind and soul, then what's the point, right? We won't be able to sustain that, and sustainability is pretty much everything. So let me give you a quick short introduction about myself. I
mm,
have been in this industry almost for 25 years. I have been started my journey when I was in computer learning computer classes. I was doing assembly level programming,
mm,
and then I moved to contact center where I was as a billing agent. And from there, I started looking at things, what was going on, and then helped automate a few of the mundane tasks back in to 2001.
mm,
And from that point onwards, I got aligned with scripting technology and the various aspects of the
mm,
telecom and IT industry, and that fascinated me a lot. I moved from there to the IT team, and then from
mm,
there tried to build different intranet and other automation system, and been part of various
mm,
technologies for the last 20 years,
mm.
telecom products, services. And I was explaining you on the phone about layer 7 routing that I'm doing, right, for the last few
Right. Yeah.
months. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
that's pretty much myself, my quick journey, and that's it. And the show is about you. So why don't you introduce
Yeah.
yourself to my audience who are live and who are gonna watch this later, on the recorded session. So the stage is yours, Jay. Please introduce yourself, and to my audience.
Sure, and good to know about yourself, your previous experience. So, in my case, I mean, I started working on Dell and HP hardware side of things. Then I moved to Windows and Linux certificates, and that was, very typical of on-premises environment.
Right.
So, but then for last 7 years, I was into technology, so started working on Azure and GCP. Alongside with that, I have experience on, automation, also PowerShell scripting, because sometimes when you start working on environment, you need to automate tasks. So PowerShell is one of those things. And recently, I worked on Terraform, that is the automation tool, IAC, infrastructure as code. So if you have to deploy services either in cloud or on premises, you need some automation tools. So Terraform is one of the powerful tools actually. So this is all about my experience. Recently, I was involved in designing and planning and implementation of services in GCP. So, so today's podcast, if you say it's specific to GCP, then it's very much inclined to my last and recent experience. So this is all about my experience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a wonderful experience. I've been, going through your post, and it never ends. The kind of new learning that you are doing, the new certifications, the GCP cloud, and solution
Yeah,
architect, and every post I
yeah,
read, it's almost like a new
yeah.
dimension you're trying to get into, right? And that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Learning is important and should always keep on happening, right? Because there is no
right.
fun without it. You know, we always learn new things, whether it is
Mm,
GCP, Azure, Amazon, or any other cloud, right? Public cloud is there. I've been into hybrid cloud, private cloud. So the everything has its pros and cons. So
mm,
we're going to talk something about GCP, majorly GCP. Other and other things we can definitely
mhm,
add. There is no specific restrictions, right? So why don't you talk about a few of the GCP certificates? Sorry, the certificates that you have done recently around GCP and cloud. You can pick anyone that you recall recently, and just talk about it so that anyone starting their journey. I know in our
mhm,
trial you talked about few of the platforms that they can use for doing
mhm,
labs, right? And which is important because not everyone would be able to just get onto a GCP, buy the services and play with it and use their card, right? So, is there any guidance you can give to myself and to others, in the audience? I think that will definitely help. The different certificates you did or any training patterns that can help them.
yeah, sure, definitely. To start learning any technology, first of all, you should have some sort of interest towards that technology. So being from on-premises environment, I used to think maybe there is some environment where I can quickly configure services, without waiting for approval or getting hardware. So fortunately, cloud is something like API driven, you can quickly services. I mean, if you need to start a company from scratch, you can in 1 or 2 days, you can, build the environment, so it's very fast. So now the question for how to start for beginners, so it's like there are a lot of resources available on internet. So specifically GCP, there is Quick Lab. So if you get subscription or if your company has subscription for that thing, you can start creating your account and working deploying services. You can understand a lot of things from Quick Labs. Documentation is there. Udemy has a lot of courses available for both GCP and Azure. So recently I did some certificate, it was, I mean, my last experience was on GCP. So I did some certificates on GCP like cloud architect and engineering. So I was given some sort of training also from my company itself. They are partners for Google Cloud. So that is
Hmm.
one of the advantages. There were
Yeah,
some trainings.
that really helps, right?
Yeah,
Some kind
yeah,
of a
yeah,
head
yeah,
start and training,
yeah,
so that
yeah.
you can get along
Mm.
and practice some
Right,
basic stuffs. Yeah.
right, right. So and besides that, as I mentioned, Quick Labs is one of the, I would say, very powerful platforms. If you have interest and time, you can start working on it. So because most of the times what happens, you learn things through training, through documentation, but then you lack hands-on experience.
Yeah.
So Quick Lab is compensating that aspect of understanding. So a lot of hands-on things are available. So I
And
did a
that
lot
really
of
helps. Yeah.
that really helps actually, and I did a lot of labs. Even I participated in one of the challenge labs also. That is also through Quick Labs. So what they ask you to go through a course structure, and four labs they're gonna provide you instruction, and fifth you're gonna do on your own without getting instruction from the Google. So I did twice actually, and I was given some digital certificates also for that, cloud enthusiast or something like that. So
Nice,
that
nice. And
is,
that's really
yeah. So
helpful.
yeah, that's really
Yeah.
helpful in your day-to-day tasks. And moreover, I was involved in cloud activities, so I was involved in deploying virtual machines and designing solutions. So for me, it's easy, but for beginners, this is the path actually to follow. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, hands-on
Yeah.
definitely helps because I have
Mhm.
tried when I was doing that DCP, right? The VMware
Mhm.
Certified Professional
Mhm.
Certification, the
Mhm.
HAL, right? Hands-on lab. That
Yeah.
helps so much that so that you are actually trying on things without breaking stuff, right? And
Right, right, right,
you're
right.
it's almost like you're in the system, and that is so useful because see, at least what I believe in myself, the kind of person I am, right? I don't go always 100% on the theory. Definitely, theory is important, but
Mhm.
actually, going in the field and doing stuff that makes a difference, right? That's the actual
Yeah.
learning, and these hands-on lab definitely helps us, achieve that to a greater level.
Mhm.
So,
Right,
and I
right.
love I love scripting as well. So it's also all fun,
Mhm.
right? If you can't script it, rather not do it because if you can have some way of automating mundane tasks, we need to have that always in progress. We should never lose on business process automation is what I always feel. It's so important, right?
It is important, and one good things about GCP or any other cloud, I would say I would give example of GCP because what happens when you start working on GCP, and if you have to automate things, either you have to set up environment like installing Visual Studio Code, then installing plugin of PowerShell or any language, Python. So, but in GCP they have browser based capability where you can start interacting with Cloud Shell, and every plugins is already installed, so need not to worry about creating your infrastructure central management kind of environment so that you can interact with that. So it's already inbuilt in GCP, shell. So that is one,
Okay.
useful aspect. So you can start working on it. If you know Python, you can start working on Python. If you know Terraform, you can start working on Terraform. So these tools are pre-built and installed. No need to worry
Hmm.
about latest version and all those conflicts actually. So that is also useful.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah,
fun part, right? With that, if you're working
that's a
in
fun part.
Python
Yeah,
or
yeah,
NPM, those things, the
yeah.
version controlling and those things, it takes you for a
Yeah.
toss. So if that's taken
Hmm.
care, that's really good,
Hmm.
I feel.
Yeah, yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah.
it's very
So
difficult.
it's sometimes very kind of a daunting is to start with where to start actually, then you have
Yeah,
to prepare the whole environment, so it can be resistance for many lazy people, I would say,
yeah,
but now there is no no excuse actually. So you have environment ready, you just need subscription. And I mean, another thing people can do, they can get free tier subscription also. It's just they deduct 2 rupees or something, and they give you some 3 months or 6 months services free. So that is again one of the better way of learning things.
yeah. No, I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
definitely advise, and I think that's what you are also doing is get some basic subscription, get
Mm,
your hands on because
mm,
this is the way of the future,
mm,
right? Pretty much everybody wants to have a quick head start,
mm,
and that's
mm.
so important because without that head start, right, it's very difficult nowadays. Because you can't just buy a 30 lakh EXXI server and build VMs. That's not gonna happen, right? It's very
And
expensive.
those were the days. Actually, even I used to work on VMware long time back. So
Uh-huh.
I was always thinking, let me buy ESXi servers and all those stuff. But then again, VMware at that point of started HOL, hands-on lab, which you
Uh-huh.
discussed about.
Yeah,
So that
correct.
is one of the ways to learn things. And now, though, there is no need for buying hardware. All you need is just a good browser and then start working on it. Everything is browser based. Yeah,
Correct,
that is
correct.
the advantage of cloud. It has become API driven now.
Yeah, the endpoints and API.
So,
That really gives you a very quick head start,
mm,
and so that you can quickly get the things done and very quickly, right?
yeah,
But definitely the knowledge has to there. So, no matter how
mm,
fast you get the head start, you should never skip on the knowledge. Like you are doing certifications and keep learning. I also advise people that do not miss the basic knowledge part, right? Even if you're on the cloud, you're on the seventh layer of OSI. Make sure you understand every layer, right? So that APST, NDP, it's important, right? Application
yeah,
layer,
yeah,
network
yeah,
layer,
yeah,
SSL.
yeah.
So don't miss out on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, these fundamentals are still valid, if you talk about load balancers, they
Correct.
are load
Yeah.
balancers on transport and UDP layer 4, and then layer
Correct.
7 also. So your
Correct.
Cisco fundamentals still hold good there also. So
Correct.
that will
Correct.
always remains.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember my
yeah.
diploma book of Tannenbaum, right? We talk about the application layer, presentation layer, session
Right,
layer,
right, yeah,
transport layer.
yeah,
Those things are there. And so,
yeah,
as you mentioned, load balancer. You can do load
yeah.
balancing now on so many aspects and so many
Mm,
ways. You can
right,
persist the
yeah,
traffic. You can think about
yeah,
the session
yeah.
IDs, how it is managed.
Uh,
It's wonderful, right? Great,
and I
man. Do
mean,
you want to talk about?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, sure, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just saying, do you want to talk about some GCP use cases and few from your experiences that you would have seen?
Yeah, so I mean, it depends on customer requirement. So there are customers who are only interested in saving their data in cloud. So we have cloud storage kind of service in GCP
Mm-hmm.
where they can store data depending on their business need. Let's say they want to access data frequently, they can store in a standard layer. It's gonna give them cost benefit also. And if they want to store rarely accessed data, then it can be stored in archive layer. So cloud
Hmm.
storage is the solution for storing your unstructured data like images, videos, and dividing into tiers gives you cost benefit actually. So
Yeah,
that is one of the solution, one of the use cases, and I think that can be the starting journey for any enterprise also because data is something everyone is producing, so they have to store it for a minimum 5 or 10 years of period of time due to different compliance. So that is one of the solutions. And then let's say there is a startup who wants to, let's say, e-commerce company, and they want to deploy their application on virtual machines. So compute engine is the solution, and we have both Windows and Linux flavors available. And at the same time, we have different versions of databases also. So your three-tier architecture can be very easily, created in cloud, whether it's GCP or Azure, if you have prior knowledge or if you have some, experience. So it can be very easily done. So these are the two most use cases. But there is one more actually I wanted to discuss. Nowadays, it's a trend of machine learning and people are after AI and machine learning. A lot of new innovations are happening.
yeah, yeah,
So but not all people are trained on machine learning models. So there are services where you need very less experience of machine learning. So what you need is just transfer the data to somewhere in cloud, and there are services like AutoML or BigQuery where you can get insight, powerful insight of out of that data. So these two services are also very much in use. So how it happens, like people deploy a solution, they use Cloud PubSub as an ingestion point, then data flow for extraction, transformation, and load, and BigQuery for the ultimate storing and analysis of data. This is I'm talking about GCP. Similar solutions are available in Azure also. So this is
yeah.
how.
Azure, I
Yeah,
remember. Yeah, so
yeah,
you take
yeah,
ingest the data, use either one
yeah,
lake, put in the data lake, right, and then
yeah,
use
yeah, yeah,
ETL, transform it,
yeah,
search it,
yeah, yeah,
make it available. So that's
yeah,
your Azure ML,
yeah,
right? That does that.
sure,
You can use generative AI and you can convert it
Yeah.
to vector databases, do searches, use
Mm,
RAG
mm,
pipelines, right? So a lot of things you can do
mm.
on Azure.
Yeah.
Google has your
Yeah.
Vertex AI, right?
Yeah.
Amazon has Bedrock. These are all managed
Yeah.
services. People can do their own MongoDB and other
Right. Yeah.
AI, OpenAI and others
Yeah.
subscriptions, and
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
their unmanaged design also.
Mm,
So there are
mm.
many options, and you're right. AI is the
Yeah.
future, just because of I think that's two major advantages. One is that word to vector conversion, and the natural language, right? That pretty much
Mm,
gives it a very headstrong start. So
mm.
that's the reason I also love that too much. You know,
Right.
it gives
So
it
the reason
very
I mention about, yeah, yeah, you're right. The reason I mention about BigQuery is that, it has got the capability to, you know, start machine learning models using, SQL queries. So out of your SQL queries, you can get a lot of insights. So no need to learn a new technology. So your data is in BigQuery, and if you are an SQL person, you can run some queries and get some insight out of that data. That's helpful for modeling and all those stuff. So
right,
it's a latest
right,
trend actually. So cloud has made it very simple for each and every business requirement. It's all that the importance lies in matching or mapping your business requirement into the right technical solutions. Because
right.
for a single business requirement, there are n number of solutions in cloud. So sometimes, if you want to look for cloud cost benefit also, so you have to carefully analyze your requirements and match with your technical solutions. So that is also
Correct.
important for any enterprise.
The cost and the speed
Yeah.
and the region availability, because nowadays not every
Yeah.
region has those service, right? You may not have a particular service running on a particular region, either due to compliance, availability, a lot of those
Mm,
factors. That's why awareness is much important, and that's why people like you who help in the entire solution designing is very key,
mm.
because without that aspect, you may design a service, and some region may not experience the full
Right.
benefit of it, and some may not,
Yeah.
right? For some reason it might be slow, because the service is not there,
Yeah.
so it has to go travel all the way, 30-40 milliseconds
Mm,
more to get that
mm.
data. It's not worth the effort, right? So many things are
Yes. Right.
there.
So that's why your documentation comes into, has a lot of importance. You have to document each and everything, and then, map into right technical solutions.
Correct. And
Yeah.
along with documentation, I heard some companies, right, they are also building their own small individual awareness model for their organizations. So, so that any questions or queries that, newcomers have within the organization, is the bot able to answer it, because it's been fed with all those information, right? So
That's the
that kind of
latest
helps.
trend where they are customizing LLMs actually based on their
Correct,
need
correct,
actually. So that is also there.
correct.
And
Yeah, and
moreover,
customizing, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just saying customizing LLM is definitely helping organization, but fine tuning LLMs are very expensive. You need maybe like a NVIDIA H200 chip, right, which has a lot of parallel compute capabilities, or some edge AI devices which they are offering right now. But I've
Mhm.
seen many people, they rely on RAG for their quick head start, just so that the context is available. The LLM knows the
Mhm.
grammar, and it can just mix and match and give you the data, translate it, transcribe it. A lot of things it can do, right? So that gives you a quick
Mhm.
start in a very cheaper fashion. Otherwise, if you start fine tuning and recreating model from scratch, it's very expensive, time consuming, and you need experts, right? Not everybody knows CNN, ML, the ReLU
Right,
curve, and
right. No.
those aspects. It's not an easy thing to find, and may not be even required, right? You can't spend 3 months to just get a head start, when you can use RAG and just get 3 days and get a head start, right? So the difference is too huge.
I understand. Yeah, that
Yeah,
is there. Yeah.
good. Anything else you want to add up? The different. I'm sure you might have seen few more use cases. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be GCP. If any other technologies you have seen, you can definitely add.
Sure. I mean, since we talked about automation, so automation is needed. Like if we have to set up environment, we need to store some template and blueprint of that thing also, so that in future, if somebody else is going to deploy, they can utilize that thing. So since we have spoken about IAC, infrastructure code, so Terraform is one of those things. So it's very simple language. It's not that kind of, object-oriented programming thing. It's like they have, syntax in HashiCorp configuration language. So it's a little simpler to compare to other full-fledged languages. So if you spend around 10-15 days time, you can start building and creating your own template. And that's going to help you actually, because sometimes what happens, if you look at the console, it's going to be overwhelming sometimes because a lot of settings and options are there. But you have a specific thing in mind. Let's say I want to deploy one virtual machine. So your focus on creating those templates and the specific requirements and services settings as per your business need. So Terraform gonna help you a lot if you have to deploy services in cloud. Because if you're using cloud, you have to deploy service. That's why you're using cloud. And how you deploy this
Yeah.
thing, either manually or by some automation tool. And the automation tool, which is very well platform agnostic, is Terraform. So let's say if you have both GCP, Azure, and AWS also. So why to spend on cloud native tool, because that's gonna be, yeah, training overhead and a skilled person need for each and a specific platform. So once you learn Terraform, you can deploy either on VMware or GCP, Azure, and AWS. So they have plugins available in HashiCorp site. You just need some configuration language experience, and you can start writing your scripts and templates, and it's gonna make your deployment more pleasurable and enjoyable and very convenient. So that is one thing I wanted to bring. As along with cloud, you should know at least one IAC. I think in
Yeah.
nowadays they are coming up with some new platforms, some new technology also. That name is not coming to me, but I think it's Plunomi or something, which is based on
Okay.
Python. So
Okay.
I've not used that, but it's there actually. So it's
For
getting
infrastructure as
woman.
a code, you're saying.
Yeah, for instance, yeah,
Okay.
some Plumi, or I don't know how to pronounce it, but something like that. But it's based on
Okay.
Python, so that's a new tool in the market actually.
Okay.
But
No, that's
Terraform is
important.
robust, powerful,
Yeah.
and stable. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. And that helps a lot because doing infrastructure as a code has always been very important. As you said about PowerShell. So when we were using VMware, right, we used to
Mm,
use the vSphere API, connect to the vSphere module and the vSphere server, and then use
mhm,
create VM, the IP and the parameters, and create the VM or create VM from OVA, right? Once it is
mhm,
created, connect to it, assign IP, then use WinRM or something to connect to that system if it is
mhm,
Windows, right? And then install
mhm.
services. So that was anyway happening. We used to do it in Ansible, then use Jenkins to
I,
trigger Ansible,
yeah.
right? So
Mhm,
automation definitely is the key. Because
mhm.
if you are doing it one time, right? Imagine if you are doing it 1,000 times. Why do you want to do the same thing again and again? That's so mundane, right?
Right.
So
Yes,
you need
yes.
you yeah. So automation definitely is very important. You should not skip any part of it. But I would just add one point. I think you mentioned something about cloud native learning, which is expensive, time consuming. But I just feel that even if you know one infrastructure as a code, right? On your free time, I think people should learn or try to get some awareness of the cloud native platform as well, because sometimes when you know those platforms, right, you can understand if there is a error, if there is some problem, you may be able to figure out much easier than just not knowing them. So that is just something I want to add, if that makes sense, right? So that you are slowly becoming also aware of cloud native platforms, and how maybe because see, HashiCorp or Terraform, they are using the cloud native platforms, right? So they are aware of it. So, and you're using configuration tools to configure it, and then those are talking to cloud native platforms. So you may not need it now, but in future, in your spare time, always try to add some knowledge to your kitty, so that slowly you're also becoming aware of every cloud native platform. So maybe you are able to, contribute. Maybe in future, if there is some issue, or if you do directly, you can do that. It's just my thought, is what I feel. What do you think about it?
I think backup is always welcome, actually. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you
This is
take,
the backup thing, correct? Yeah.
yeah, backup. So, if
uh,
you take, let's say in Azure, we have ARM templates, and
right.
in GCP cloud formation kind of things we have. So,
Mm,
but then what happens sometimes if customer is having multiple subscription on different
mhm,
clouds? So,
mhm,
in order to make process simple and streamlined, consistent across different uh, organizations and departments, they prefer using single tool. So for
correct.
Terraform, as I say, for building environment, and Ansible after, once environment is built, you have to configure that environment. So these are two
Okay.
powerful things, free also and very easy to use also. But then sometime, I mean, backup, as I mentioned, is always recommended. Sometimes, God knows if that thing is not working, then yeah, definitely we can resort to cloud native tools. But in my case,
Yeah.
I have mainly inclined myself towards learning one tool, master it, and since it's serving the purpose actually, so why to
Yeah.
confuse our mind? So that
No, no,
is
I
what
agree.
I think. But then
Yeah.
backup is always there, and
Yeah.
it's
No, I totally
sometimes
agree.
you
Yeah.
need that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah. Yeah. No.
somehow, I mean, like say, if you're a Python person, then we have Python libraries also. You can deploy environment using Python also. But Terraform has got some other benefits, like it can store the state of your infrastructure. So you know what is
Oh,
already deployed, and so that is also state management is one of the important aspect of
yeah. That's a
any.
good one. State
Yeah, yeah,
management.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
heard about that,
So,
and that's pretty
yeah, yeah,
impressive
yeah,
what it does.
yeah.
It's
So
like
whatever
that
you have,
PowerShell.
yeah, yeah. It's like a file, actually, state file. So let's
Correct.
say you deploy 10 virtual machines. So that's a place where everything is recorded. So you know what is there. So that is also very important for drift management and
Right.
maintaining what is deployed in your infrastructure. So that is additional thing Terraform is providing. So
Yeah.
besides deploying your, so
Yeah.
that is
Good.
not
Good knowing
available.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know if it is available in cloud native tools. So I have not used much, but so since I saw Terraform, I thought, yeah, it's simple and I can learn
Yeah.
it.
No.
And I learned it, and
Absolutely.
yeah, so and a lot of public modules are available on Terraform.io. So people, once they deploy things, they feel like publishing those modules for the sake of convenience of other people. So you can download that thing and you can start working on it. Even I published few modules in HashiCorp site
Oh,
actually.
nice. You want to
Yeah, so
probably
I have
put that
around four.
link.
Yeah, I will. So 4, 5 modules I published, and I see one day I was just searching, and I see there were serious downloads, or 1,000 and 2,000
Wow.
downloads. So
Yeah, I'm
so
gonna download one. That's nice.
I will share you
Yeah,
the
that
link. Yeah. So
yeah, just share me the link. It's very
yeah,
exciting to know, because these
yeah,
things help the community as well. And
yeah, yeah,
if you have spent maybe
yeah.
hours trying to figure
Mm.
out something, and if somebody can do that in few minutes, why not, right? That's the
Yeah,
whole idea.
yeah.
We are
That's
at the end,
yeah,
yeah, at the end, helping each other out, so that, and that's the whole point of a public community,
mm,
or something that's available.
right. Yeah, yeah,
And that's
yeah.
the reason it is available, right? And that's the reason we like it, because not only we can contribute, but the people who are contributing, we can use that without much
Right,
concerns, or a lot of
right.
licenses and issues, and keep moving faster, right? That's the
Yeah,
whole point. So that
yeah.
you spend 15 hours in something, I spend 15 minutes in that thing,
Mm.
and the other
Right,
person
right.
spend 15 seconds, right? And
Yeah,
that's how
right.
things will improve, and that's how we'll achieve bigger things, right? Otherwise we'll never
Yeah,
be able to achieve bigger things in life. We'll be just stuck with a lot of things that's always slower and bigger and complicated and like that. A little complex. Nice, man. It's good
Yeah, I
knowing
mean,
that.
yeah, I mean, this is how society should be designed and should work. It's
Hmm.
not in with respect to Terraform, it's with respect to many other aspects of human
Society
life,
and human
actually.
nature.
Yeah,
Correct. And that's the
so
reason we
it should
love
be
these
how.
platforms and
Hmm.
we like to contribute and be part of it, right? I was saying PowerShell desired state configuration. That also I loved
Hmm.
when I used it,
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
you're not just saying this is what you want to do. You're saying this is what where I want to get to, right? So
Similar kind of thing in Terraform also. It's like, you know, you just asking them, I want this thing. So this is how it Terraform also works. So,
right, right. No, I was using this Jenkins Ansible automation, and we had this script where we used to create a VM from an OVA, and it was breaking, right? So many people have tried it, they were facing problems. So I looked at it and I found out that in the Groovy script, right, it was not passing a particular parameter, and the
mm,
OVA had changed. It had introduced a new parameter which was not considered in the deployment. So when you know native things and you know things in depth, it helps you in
mm,
troubleshooting, and that was my whole
right.
intention of knowing the native platform. But yes, if you're using something on a higher level, make sure you use the full advantage of that. Like you said about it understands state, it can manage drift. That's so
Mm,
important, because that's the
right.
reason we are using this platform. And knowing that is important. You can't just use it because it's not that ki Jay ne use kiya to main use karunga, right? That should
Mm,
not be the case. While that can be the case, you're such a lovely person, I would love to do
mm,
that. But you should always understand why you're using something and what is the value it is providing, right? And in-depth knowledge always helps, right? I've seen that when I was using and I did a hackathon on generative AI using prompt engineering, because I understood the way it was retrieving data from the vector databases, the cosine similarity formula it used, the dot product and
mm,
magnitude. I understood why it is hallucinating, how I can frame my data correctly, what I need to do for a proper feature engineering. So in-depth knowledge always helps. you know you should never skip a chance of not knowing something, but you should also not skip a chance of not starting something very quickly, right? You should always
right.
have that
Yeah.
quick head start. you know you
Mm,
can't just say, if I give you a project or you give me a project and I'll say, okay, I'll think about it for 2 months. It doesn't work that way today, right? In today day and age, you should be able to deliver things almost overnight, almost by a weekend, because everyone else doing it, right? Because I was speaking to someone from Russia, and she was saying that she was working almost 16 to 18 hours a day, right? Someone from Vietnam, they're working 14 hours a day. So things, people in different parts of the country, they are putting in so much effort, of innovative thought, of doing so much rigorously, that we don't have an option to not learn something, right? That new learning capability should always be there. That is your cognitive intelligence. You should never lose that.
that is where your interest counts actually. Sometimes what happens, your interest fades away over a period of time. So let's say you are working on something and then you think now it's done, yeah, I will switch over to different technology. So that also happens. But
Correct.
especially cloud is something, it provides a lot of services actually. So it's not
Hmm.
your deploying your virtual machines. Now they have services for securing your environment. So no need to think about additional security. You have options for storing your data. And as we discussed about machine learning and algo, all those stuff, do you have services also? So I think it's a vast thing actually. And if you're are interested, you will keep learning out of that thing. So that interest
Yeah.
should be maintained actually. That is the foremost thing.
हाँ, but वो interest जगाना पड़ता है, because sometimes you may not have interest, right? Because if you don't know something, I was talking to I think yesterday we had a discussion in the office about different foods people like, right? Somebody may like potato, onion, or brinjal or something like that, right? It was also about veg and non-veg, but I don't want to include that now. But the idea was, if you have not tried something, you would not know about it, right? So unless you try something new, maybe for a small bit, you know, so unless you do that, you will not understand its importance, its significance, and what value it can bring to you. Somebody was asking me about, how should I start my automation journey? I'm like, automate a smallest task, right? You create folders in your computer. He said yes. So I said, okay, try to automate that. Do use a script and see if you can create a folder using mkdir command, create a batch file. If you can achieve that, do that in PowerShell. If you can achieve that, do that in Ansible. If you can achieve that, now use a Jenkins Groovy script to trigger that. If you can achieve that, use an endpoint to trigger Jenkins, which triggers Ansible and which triggers PowerShell. So just start your journey, right? You may never know how important it is, and what significant value it can give you, right? And then slowly you start developing interest, right? It's like love marriage nahi hai to arrange marriage, but you need to start that. But आप start ही नहीं करोगे तो वो कैसे होगा, right? Because if you are a person who
Right.
can yep.
Right. So that is why I mean, one of the very important thing is that first we think and then we take time to act actually, right? So that time duration, is sometimes becomes so long because of the dependencies. Let's say I want to learn
Correct.
automation, okay? And I've decided, okay, I'm interested in automation. Now you discuss with someone, okay, what should I do to start automation? He will say, okay, you have a laptop? Yes, I have. Install this, do this, install this version, do this. So your interest might fade away because of a lot of dependency. What I'm doing here,
Correct.
I'm just. But now, if you are in cloud, go to cloud browser, open the shell, and you have everything installed. As I mentioned, Python, Terraform. What do you need to do?
Correct.
Just focus on one thing, that I need to learn this language, and I have my underlying environment already set up. So I need not to worry and struggle for that. So that is where your interest fades away, because I have seen, even I have experienced, okay, this thing is not matching, this version is not compatible with this thing. So it becomes irritating sometimes, where to find, how to find. So those things are also, crucial. I mean, specific
Yeah, it
to
is.
cloud thing. Yeah, so but then there are other aspects of life where people struggle and ultimately they achieve
Yeah.
huge success. So,
And
but
this whole Docker container thing, that is the why it exists, right? I remember when it
right,
started, it was solving only one purpose, the dependency problem. Because
right,
I used to develop something on my laptop or my computer, it
mm,
never used to run on my client's computer, right? And he's like,
right,
अरे
right.
उसके पास वो DLL का वो वर्जन नहीं है, उसका ये नहीं है, उसका वो
वो
नहीं है.
हाँ,
अरे
वो बहुत ही इरिटेटिंग होता था वो और very time consuming. I mean,
I
very
know,
frustrating also.
I was
Version
living in that
mismatch
world.
thing. Yeah, even
Correct.
I struggled that kind of thing when I was working on VMware and upgrading the environment. Oh, this NSX version doesn't support this thing, this. So that is this problems,
Ah,
cloud is completely, or I would say 70-80% have resolved. So now your
eliminated, right?
intention is to, yeah, yeah. So not to,
Because
you
it
need
is
not to worry
difficult to
about
think.
under. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it is difficult to think through a lot of things because
yeah,
client के version में कौन सा system है, you can say that it's a poor planning, people missed out, but yes, it's human, right? People are gonna miss out on few things, right? Your idea is to make things foolproof, right?
right, yeah,
So
yeah.
solution architecture में ये भी एक baseline है. You need to understand where your solution will be, right? Right from
Mm,
30,000 feet view where you see, okay, your server is there that's gonna be connected to a DMZ zone that will have a load balancer, and then it will connect to another secure zone with, I mean, within the DMZ it will have the firewall, which will be an external firewall. It's gonna go out to the cloud, right? That's your high end 30,000 feet view. But when you go down, you should know which protocol is happening, how that particular packet will flow, where it will go and what will be the impact if we lose few packets, right? So right from protocol level to your solution, you should know everything. And that's a good solution design, and you should know this better than me, enterprise architecture. That's how things work, right? Otherwise, you
right,
have
yeah.
latency, jitter, and especially with voice and media. I mean, the way we are talking, right? So it's never going to happen if you don't think about this too, right? concurrency, latency. These are so important
Hmm.
aspects, right?
Yeah, it sounds trivial. I mean, networking in 2025, it sounds trivial, yeah. But it's still people say I have network issue. The way we started our podcast, we were
Yeah, I
having
know.
some latency. I mean, if we are 2025 and we say we are on 5 GB, 5 generation network, still we have latency. So that thing
Correct.
will still persist for some more years.
Because
Fortunately,
need बढ़
one
गई है.
day it will be resolved. Right? Yeah.
Need बढ़ गई है because see पहले
Mm.
I remember videos were 144 KB, right? Now it is like 800, 720, 1024, 4K, 8K, right? Now we'll
Right.
have
Yeah.
soon, I'm sure we'll have 3D podcast, right? And
Maybe.
no matter
Yeah.
there's so much we can think to, we can use because I'm almost about to get a Vision Pro. We can talk like almost somebody is face to face. So
Right.
there's so many things
Yeah.
happening, and then imagine the kind of data it's gonna take. When I started my PhD in 2017, I remember the first topic I wanted to do was data compression, because nobody was interested in doing data compression that time, right? Everybody wanted to do machine learning and AI. That's the reason I used sentiment analysis as one of my topic. But everybody wants to get into that. I wasn't even getting a good guide for data compression, but all I wanted to do was data compression, because there's so much data that's going to be generated. You need a way to compress it more, right? But now there is a limit. You cannot compress more than a particular percentage, right? A binary data, you
Mm.
can't compress it beyond a certain point. It's not going to happen, right? So what's the solution? And that's what I was also trying to figure out back then. And with maybe with quantum computing, we are able to figure out with the new circuit that it can create. Maybe there is a way, but we don't know, right? So data is so important, and it needs to be compressed and streamlined, and it has to be secure also, right? Because what I'm hearing is now when all the digital certificates and banking and important financial data, they are safe now, but you don't know if somebody is capturing that packet and just waiting for a good quantum computer to arrive and crack it, right? So uh, it has to be future
That
safe as well, right? The governance, not only the existing governance, the future governance is also important.
that is, yeah, one of the resistances for many, enterprises to migrate to cloud. I mean, security is one of the
Yeah,
concerns. And even though major cloud vendors they shout very loudly that we are the secure cloud, still people are very, reluctant of moving their data to cloud. Fortunately, we have services like Cloud KMS where they can use their own encryption keys instead of
correct.
using cloud's key. So that provides additional layer of security. Then there are services like Cloud Security Center in GCP where they can assess the score of security posture score, vulnerabilities, and all those stuff. So I mean, if there is a problem, we have solution, and if we don't have proper solution in future, it will be there. So that's how
Yeah.
cloud is evolving. Yeah. So depending on person's problem issues, that's how they are evolving cloud, right? But
Yeah, no, security posture
yeah.
is important. Having a good
Mm.
security posture of your solution
Mm.
is definitely required. But what
Right.
I
Yeah.
feel is you should always have a future security posture concept where you are able to
Mm.
anticipate at least the near future, right? Future, I mean, far future, nobody can. Otherwise, we'll all be gods, right? So,
Right.
we cannot predict a far future, but at least near future, what we can foresee, right? That if quantum is very near, make sure the certificates are quantum safe, right? Otherwise,
Mhm.
these are encryptions, prime numbers, they're going to be breakable, right? We always hear about quantum supremacy almost every few months or weeks, right? Somebody is achieving a more qubit. So if they're able to break those prime number factorization problem and they are able to achieve that, it's very near future that those certificate will be invalid. So you need to keep changing it. Now we're doing it every year because this most powerful computer in the year will take more than a year to break those certificate. That's why it is yearly. It will be monthly, and I'm sure it will be daily and hourly in very near future, right? You don't
Right.
stop
It
it
can
because
happen.
that's how
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
rate of thing that's growing, right? So
Yeah.
these things happen. Nice, man.
Right, right.
It's lovely. It's lovely talking to you. I mean, it's so much fun. We
Uh,
should have been face to face maybe next time, maybe tomorrow or later this week or month or wherever in the future you are available. Just give me a shout. We'll
sure,
schedule a face live to live session. And it
sure,
was
yeah.
so much interesting and lovely talking to you. Anything you want to add more? Any call to action for the audience?
I would say keep
We
learning
have spoken about,
and,
yeah. No,
and
no, yeah,
keep
we have talked about,
keep motivated and keep learning. Yeah.
that's the key. Keep
So
motivated. Keep yourself always
yeah,
motivated.
yeah. I mean, most of the times, what happens, we are self-motivated. I mean, we know, but sometimes it's good to be a participant in such kind of podcast that gives you a lot of insight, actually. So when I was learning things, I used to watch a lot of podcasts in GCP and Azure. So that gives me a lot of inspiration, an instantaneous boost. You would say, okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, I will start learning from today. So these kinds
Yeah,
of
and it is,
podcasts,
yeah,
help,
and it is such a
for
low hanging
beginners.
fruit, right? It is such a
Yeah,
low hanging fruit.
yeah,
It is always
yeah,
there. So good.
yeah,
So we
yeah,
are almost at the end of the show,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
started this recently, where I add a cultural bit to the show, and so I'm not gonna ask you this time. I'll make a change, and I will try to. I have started
Sure, sure.
learning tabla myself, so let me see if I can show. I didn't learn a lot, so it's not that I have learned all the bowls of tabla. It is only few bowls. First, let me see if you're able to hear it, because sometimes with the mic, right, the Bluetooth, you're not able to hear the noise. So let me know sound. So are you able to hear this?
Yes, yes, I can. Yeah,
You can.
yes, yes, I can hear.
Okay, let me see if I can play. So I just learned few bowls, so I'll just pronounce it, and then I'll play it also. So this is Ge Ge Na Na, right? So that's the bowl of tabla. That's the first bowl, a few bowls I learned. So I was very excited to show it to someone. And fortunately for me, you are the first guest after I learned this. So
Okay.
good or bad, you need to hear it from myself. So I'll just quickly play those things. It's a very small bit, so nothing very fancy. I
Hmm.
know Zakir Hussain ji is not with us anymore. He's been an inspiration from till from my childhood. He plays this. He's a very famous tabla player. I'm sure you might have heard about
Yeah, I
him.
know. Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah. So I keep telling people that he's. I think he passed away this year, last year only. So
Yeah,
maybe
it was very
if I
shocking
learn,
actually. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it was. So
Mm,
we lost a very good talent from India.
mm,
So let me
mm.
see if I can remember those tabla bowl. So it's basically ghe ghe na na, right? So that's how it is. So it's like ghe ghe na na. Is the voice clear?
Yes, it is. It
Okay.
is
So
actually.
the way, yeah, so the way it works is, so this is ghe ghe na na, and then na 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 thin, right? So and if you play it together, it becomes dha dha din din. So it's like this. This is ta and te. So it's so like this. So this is how small piece it is there. So I don't know if it was audible enough for you to hear
You
it.
know, it
If
was
not,
audible and sounded good also actually. Yeah.
yeah. So live it's different. Let me try
Yeah.
to play it without the AirPod, because sometimes
Oh,
sound may come very clear, because I have experienced that. So let me try one more time. So it is ghe ghe na na. So like, and if you play ghe and na, so this is ghe, right? Ghe ghe, and this is na na. And if you play this together, right, it becomes dha. So it's dha dha din. So dha dha din dha, dha dha din dha, like this. So that's the few.
good,
I'm
good.
trying to learn the new teen tal also, but I
Okay.
have not fully learned it. So I'm not showcasing that. Otherwise, I'll just make a
No, no,
fun.
it's good.
So
It's
so
good,
I
good
keep
actually.
telling, so I keep telling people, always try to learn something new, come out of your comfort zone, because we have been living comfortably in our comfort zone. So that is good only for nothing. So you have to come out of it, otherwise it will be very difficult. So always, and learning new thing always keeps your mind on edge, right? And you're feeding your body, right? Similarly, you have to feed your brain also. You need to make sure that your brain always gets something new. And if you see the neural network design, right? Similarly, our neural networks, they need new connections, otherwise it's gonna become stale, it's gonna break things, right? You'll have memory problem, you'll have this problem. So always try
Mm.
to make sure you're trying to build new connection when it comes to learning new things or meeting new people, great people like you, or eating new food, or going to new places. Live your life. Anand movie का dialogue है, जिंदगी बड़ी होनी चाहिए, लंबी नहीं. It doesn't have to be
Right, yeah.
always king size, but from your perspective, try to make it big, or beautiful, that you enjoy things, right? That's
Mm.
very crucial, because if you don't do that, right, then you become very stagnant and mundane. And we saw what happens to stagnant and mundane tasks. It gets automated. So don't be yourself. Like that. Make sure you are dynamic. You have that ability to learn new stuff, and you always keep on going and going, because that's how you will learn new stuff. Because tomorrow something new will come in, right? So that's how life is. What do you think about that?
I totally agree with you. It makes you more socially acceptable person. Nobody likes boring and mundane people, someone keeps talking about the same subject. So sometimes you have to be, try some different things. Even I have passion for guitar. I used to play a few years back, but now I stopped playing that. So I will start again. I was thinking of
किधर है आपका
starting
गिटार,
again.
किधर है?
Guitar तो पास में ही है, but
अरे
don't
तो
ask
एक
me to play right now.
अरे you अरे if you
नहीं
don't
अभी
mind, just play one chord, one
नहीं
small
वो
chord.
tune
I'll bring my
tunes
huh?
वो अभी out of tune है, so I have to tune it actually. So that
I would
takes
not
time
even
actually.
understand if it is tuned or not. I have ukulele, so
No
if
man,
you bring if
next
you
time.
bring guitar, I can bring my ukulele. We can play one small chord, or just one or two chords, if you want. Otherwise, I'm fine. We can do this later as well. But it'll be
No, no,
fun.
करते हैं next time करते हैं. So it's just maybe we can make it a series of sessions, for
It'll be
GCP
fun,
or
right?
cloud and other things. Yeah. Yeah.
करेक्ट 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 सो क्लाउड एंड उसका सीरीज कर सकते हैं इट्स अ वेरी ब्रिलियंट आइडिया
Mm-hmm.
एंड
Mm-hmm.
that also keeps us on the edge, right? Because you'll have something new to add, some new
Right. Yeah.
certification to showcase, right? That
Mm-hmm.
helps not only in your learning but inspiring others as well, because then we
Mm-hmm.
also know what's going on, and being in the industry, working on that thing that you are trying to preach is so important, because now people can relate to it, right? क्या अच्छा, हाँ, गूगल क्लाउड सर्टिफिकेशन किया तो ये बंदा ये काम कर रहा है, ही इज एबल टू डिलीवर थिंग्स फास्टर, ही इज एबल टू
Mm-hmm.
मेक मोर मनी फॉर हिज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, राइट? सो आप यू आर इंस्पायरिंग अ लॉट ऑफ यंग जनरेशन एज वेल, कि बॉस दीज थिंग्स आर वैल्यूएबल, यू शुड नो दिस, है ना? and
Yeah.
and what we are also trying to say is, okay, now you have learned something like a configuration language, don't skip out on the basics, it's important, right? आपका पूरा network layer, OSI layer समझना भी जरूरी है, right? That APST NDP, application layer, protocol, presentation layer, session layer, session, ST, transport layer, network layer, physical layer तक जाओ. Physical layer यूज नहीं आएगा, बट अगर किसी ने आपका प्लग निकाल दिया नेटवर्क का, तो वो फिजिकल लेयर गया ना. नो,
Right,
you
yeah.
should know this. And for
Yeah.
security, it is so important. I remember somebody was
Mm.
working on security posture and governance. They talk about so many things, and when they ask a question, what about the physical security, and nobody has an answer. I know that's important. आपने सब कुछ
Right.
secure किया, but if somebody can enter your data center, remove your hard drive, then what's the point, right? So having
Yeah.
a 360-degree approach is so crucial. and that's where
Right.
maturity and understanding, comes in, right?
Right. The whole thing is that to, whatever you are thinking for your interest, you have to act it, I think. So if you are thinking about learning cloud, so start acting on it. So don't
Correct.
keep thinking about it. So that is
Ah,
the biggest thing actually.
yeah, it is.
So
It is very biggest
yeah,
thing. I was
yeah,
speaking
so
to one of the guests. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but I just remember this. I didn't want to lose that thought. That she was telling me, ki boss, that end-to-end implementation is so important, even if you do it for a small thing, right? And I said, yes, I totally resonate with that, right? आपको कुछ idea आया है, just don't do ideating because everybody is
mm,
doing ideating now. It's very easy. आप जनरेटिव एआई को बोलो, वो आपके लिए आइडिएट करके 10 आइडियाज दे देगा. But the point is not ideating. The point is not developing a small tool. Develop something end to end. Give it to people to use it, because then you will know the real life scenario, है ना?
right, yeah, that is
तो
important. Yeah.
कितना जरूरी है गेटिंग रियल लाइफ
Mm,
फीडबैक. आप कैसे कैसे उसको एंड टू एंड इम्प्लीमेंट करते हो. आई वाज टॉकिंग टू वन ऑफ द कॉलेज स्टूडेंट एज वेल, एंड शी बिल्ड अ स्मॉल प्रोजेक्ट, एंड उसपे कुछ बेसिक
mm,
इनपुट्स आई गेव, एंड शी वाज लाइक, ओ माय गॉड, दिस इज सो क्रिटिकल. आई एम लाइक, यस. सो आप लोगों को दो, if you're developing something, make them use it, get that, align yourself with the right kind of audience who can help you out, you know उसको एंड टू एंड करो. डोंट जस्ट डू वन एस्पेक्ट, बिकॉज वो सिर्फ बैक एंड करना या सिर्फ फ्रंट एंड करना, सिर्फ मिडल लेयर करना, दैट्स नॉट गोना वर्क आउट, राइट? आपको फुल स्टैक करना ही है, बिकॉज दैट्स वेयर यू विल लर्न द एंटायर थिंग. स्पेशलाइजेशन इज important, right? But now it's an information age. सब कुछ information is available. You can learn new things pretty much
mm,
for free. So don't get stuck on one thing. Have that end-to-end coverage perspective, because there's so much value to add, for the entire generation, and everybody has an ability to contribute. I've never met anyone who doesn't have an ability to contribute. किसी न किसी के पास कुछ ना कुछ आउट ऑफ द
right,
वर्ल्ड
yeah,
टैलेंट होता है, सिर्फ उसको पता नहीं है. So
right,
ah, that is there. Good man.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
you were thinking that कैसे हम 6 मिनट बात करेंगे, and we spoke almost more than 60 minutes. So
Yeah, I think
that's
that's gonna be.
how fun. That's how things goes, right?
Yeah, so
हम
yeah,
तीन
it's
हम तीन दोस्त जब मिल गए, वैसा हो गया ना, तुम मैं और ऑनलाइन कम्युनिटी.
right, yeah,
वो वाली बात हो
Yeah.
गई. Good.
yes,
Chalo, let's catch up. I think we'll end the stream. Let's catch up sometime later for either face-to-face session, or we can discuss about the series. Okay.
sure, yeah, yep.
Okay. I'm just gonna end the stream now. Thank you all who joined.
Uh,
We're gonna see this live later. We'll definitely connect again. Let me click on end stream.
all right then, bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Okay, we are live. Hello, Sri Charan. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, Ankur. What about you?
I'm doing absolutely great, man. We were just discussing, how are you before this call started, and you're saying you're excited, and
Yeah,
I feel the same level of excitement. It's like when someone matches the energy, it feels really, really good.
I too feel the
So
same.
that's, yep, yep, yep. So where are you from?
I'm from Vizag. Actually, I'm studying my BTech in Raghu
Okay,
Institute of Technology, Vizag.
okay. Okay, nice, nice. So, have you ever been to Maharashtra or other parts of India?
Actually, not much. I just
Okay,
go with my family, just.
okay. So within Vizag only, right?
Yeah,
Okay, good, good. That's the best part, right? Being with your family, going around. I think that's the most cherishable, enjoyable moments in life.
actually, yes. It's true.
Nice. Yep, yep, yep. That's absolutely true. I enjoy the same. And just to speak something about myself, I've been
Okay,
in this industry almost for around 2.5 decades. I have started my
great.
journey, yeah, and I started my journey doing assembly level programming in my college days. From there, we did logic gates, AND gate, NOT gate, the binary computing thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, Correct. Yeah.
actually.
Then I got into a contact center, so I was part of a advisor on a billing process. Then I saw a lot of mundane tasks being done at the contact center, at least the one I was involved in, and I got a bit bored. So I started automating stuff, scripting it, and preparing reports. That got the attention of the leads over there, and they got me to build the intranet for the company, and from there my IT software journey started, where I started my inclination towards business process automation, gap analysis, customer success, and from that point onwards, that's what I pretty much what I've been doing. But for the
Great.
last few months I have been part of hybrid cloud, so I take care of a product called as ADC. So we do layer 7 routing, so load balancer, DNS, all those thing
Yeah.
we have, trying to build our own SaaS. And that's pretty much what I've been doing for the last few months. Uh, Before 5 years, I was into R&D, so I was doing .NET. But since then, I have not been in touch because I moved to product owner, did a lot of analysis of customer requirement, converting that to user stories, and driving it towards completion. So product vision versus team vision versus architecture vision. So that's the fight you do
Actually,
internally.
you're dealing a lot of things, right?
Yep, yep. I like to get myself involved into multiple things. I get bored with one sort of thing. That's why you see me learning new stuff many of the times. That
Actually, I am
reminds
also
me.
in the same
Yeah,
content.
yeah,
I too
yeah.
feel bored
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of times.
Just yeah. No, that's a good I think characteristic people like us share. And
Yeah.
when we are connecting, I believe we would have the same wavelength. Just 1 minute or 1 second, I'll just check if I'm on do not disturb airplane mode, because I don't want us to get disturbed by a call I will get. Okay, so we are good. So
Yeah.
that's my short and sweet introduction, Sri Charan.
Yeah.
So why don't you introduce yourself to myself and the audience of Collaborate to Elaborate talk show?
Yeah, myself, Sri Charan Machabhaktuni. Not much, just I'm a BTech student who is studying
Hmm.
in Raghu Institute of Technologies. I'm a cybersecurity wing. I'm a cybersecurity specialist, specialization. I'm doing that. But
Okay,
I'm very much interested in entrepreneurship and building startups.
okay.
Uh, from the starting, I was a techie. Definitely, I'm
Hmm.
pretty much excited to do things like coding, logic building, etc. When I've
Okay,
started my journey, I just started with some basic programming and going on. I got interest on startups. Now I am building a startup company
okay,
with the collaboration of my college, which is going to be launched
okay,
in within 2 months. That's a
okay.
great thing. Like I enjoy my work a lot. Why?
Yep.
Because in entrepreneurship we have a lot of struggles and a lot of challenges every day. I take them in a very good manner, and I'll grow myself very quick, and I learn from my mistakes. It's a good opportunity for me to face some challenges in my startup. That's about me, simply.
Yeah. No, that's pretty good. As
Yeah.
simply as you have put, but that shows a lot about yourself and the college you are in. And at early stages, you are trying to get into entrepreneurship is, I think, a pretty good thing, because entrepreneurship. I've never been an entrepreneur myself, but what I hear always is it's all about challenges and how you fix them in a very optimized way. So not only you're meeting customer needs, but also trying to find the best possible route to a particular problem in the most efficient and effective way, right? It should be highly optimized.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
yeah,
Actually, thank you
and that
for your compliment.
yeah, most welcome. I mean, you truly deserve it, man. Because see, not many are venturing in the entrepreneurship, is what I have seen, at least to my knowledge. Maybe from your circle, many are in getting into entrepreneurship, which is a good thing to try out, right? Because that gives you full
Actually,
control of.
these days everyone
Yeah.
are coming into entrepreneurship. They started doing
Okay.
things. Also,
Uh-huh.
our government is leading to startups. They are very much fond of startups, right? And
Right.
we have so many schemes to get into startups, and subsidies and etc. are giving by our government. So a lot of people are trying to do something new
Mhm.
than the regular
Mhm.
stuff like getting a job and etc.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, no,
my point of
that's
view.
really good. Yeah, that's a pretty good point of view, right? Because I think the government is trying to help each and every individual at that stage when you need it the most, right? And when you
Yeah.
have the most risk-taking appetite, that also
Yes.
makes a lot of difference, because once you are at a certain point of career, you have your EMIs, family responsibilities, and so much at stake. It's very
Yes.
difficult to venture into something which is very offbeat, no matter how much you want to. It becomes kind of very difficult, right? So what
Yes.
what you have picked up, I think, with support from your college and the government, I think that makes a lot of sense. Any specific technology or problem statement that you are trying to focus on that you can share with me and the audience?
Actually, yeah. Actually, it's my pain point. It's my pain point actually. I need to
Mhm.
travel to college from last few months, I think so, nearly around 15 to 20 kilometers.
Okay.
It's like in a RTC bus, right?
Yeah.
The transport will be too tough for actually men.
Correct.
We need to hang on footboards, etc. We don't have much things, right? And the
Hmm.
price also will be around 50 rupees, around like that. So
Okay.
when I'm coming like that, I saw people coming on bikes with single person coming from somewhere to the college.
Hmm.
So I started thinking, why can't we pool these rides? Carpooling is actually there.
Right.
Carpooling is there for cars. Why can't we
Right.
bring it for bikes? We are thinking about
Wow.
that.
That's nice, man. I mean, such an innovative idea of doing bike
Thank
pooling
you.
kind of stuff, right?
It's actually called as ride sharing for
Ride
bikes.
sharing.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll put the
Nice.
expenses between the two people who are traveling, and the rider will
Hmm.
be benefited with some like charges. He'll be reduced the maintaining charges of his bike, right? And the
Right.
pillion who is sitting back of him has some comfort to come to college. Why he need
Correct.
to risk all the things and hang and come to college? So that's
Yeah.
our things.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. So at least for people who are traveling alone, they will have some kind of financial benefit when you said
Yeah,
in terms of the petrol cost, right? And the
yeah,
person who is traveling in bus, they can, I mean, not necessarily in bus, any travel, if they want to share, they can
yeah,
have a little more comfort with almost, or whatever price is agreed.
yeah.
you need to look at all the financial aspect of it. But yes, it sounds pretty interesting, and I think it has worked quite well for cars. What I have seen, because some of my colleagues are using those kind of services within.
Actually work for
Uh,
cars.
Sorry.
It's it actually worked for cars a pretty good way, and also it's a very
Hmm.
big market in US and Western countries. We are bringing
Hmm.
it to India. That's it.
Correct.
That
Correct.
that's what we are doing.
Yeah, and why not, right? Because see, first you are taken either a very expensive car or a car that can accommodate more than one person, and you are traveling alone when you can travel with maybe five people, right? Or maybe
Yeah.
four people, including you, five people, right?
Yes.
And so you're that five, for five people are just, instead of five, you just one person is going in that car. You are taking a lot of real estate on the road, which may not be required for just one person, and
Yes.
you can optimize the travel route, so that makes total logical sense, and as you said correctly, it worked for
Yeah.
cars, so why not for bike? That could be a good attempt to try, right?
Yes. Actually, we can make some network too, right? We can meet
Right.
new people,
Right.
and also we can get network with them, and maybe a new co-founder of his company would come by our company, right? Our app,
Yeah, absolutely.
definitely.
Right. Yeah. because that's how you connect, and you are able to meet new people, as you said, with either same or similar mindset. You'll
Yes.
have a chit chat, on the ride, and you can gain so much by just simply traveling from one place to another, right? So I think
Yeah.
that could be mutually beneficial for both.
You're right. Actually, we are
That's
thinking of
nice.
that.
Yeah, yeah. So will that be like I believe it will be a multi-platform app, or would that be like a single platform then first, and then you move to another platform, or will it be web-based? How is that going to be?
We are first making a application with the help
Mm-hmm.
of cloud,
Okay.
which is a mobile application, and then we'll move to other things. We'll look after another other things. Just we are just pinpointed to one thing, and then we spread our wings. That's what
Correct,
we
correct.
are thinking.
Yeah. So my question was, will that be just for like maybe an Android app or iOS, or will that be for both? Uh,
we,
you know.
we are making for both present. At present we
Mm-hmm.
are trying for both, and
Mm.
if it works it will come for both, but our main target is pre first is
What?
Android.
Right, right. No,
Yeah.
because when I was doing app development long back, right? Android had one-time developer license fees, right?
Yeah.
I remember that was 2,500 or something that time. So
Yeah.
I had taken it up. But for iOS, that's not the case. iOS, you have to pay every year, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot of maintenance fee. It's not an overhead, but yeah, the cost structure is different from both the platform. And if you develop something just on a web, like a web
Yeah.
app, it may be easy to access, but then you don't have real estate on the phone as an icon always available, right?
Yeah, we need to
So
go to browser and we need to browse for it, right? It would be,
correct, it'll be a bit cumbersome. I think there are some web app options where you can actually have a shortcut on the mobile screen.
yeah, it's an option, but no one tries for that, right? No one cares and goes to there and pin a shortcut for us. We
Correct,
need
correct, correct.
a new method. So
Yeah,
we
yeah,
we are trying for application in Android. And we
correct,
have a
correct.
good technology nowadays coming, which is called Flutter,
Yeah.
which can access for both iOS and Android. So we are mainly focusing for both, and it can also work for web. I think so. We can
I think
drag the
I
code to
think
it.
Yeah, I believe Flutter is cross platform. I spoke to one of the mobile web developer, and he did mention that Flutter is cross platform. There may be
Yeah,
some libraries which can add some specific feature, but yes, I do believe it's cross platform. So yeah, good luck with that, man. So that's really gonna help. And how about things like, if the internet is offline, would you take care of like a SMS based thing, or will that be just app based for now?
for now we are not thinking for that. Just we are
Uh,
just app based. We need to look after it. Just we
yeah,
are on
because
the starting stages.
yeah, I understand. I was just curious because internet is always available nowadays. So
Yeah,
yeah, that is a good option. I think in today day and age, internet is kind of the basic need, I would say. जैसे वो
you are
रोटी
right.
कपड़ा मकान होता है वैसे it's like one more thing that should be available. No matter if the fire breaks on the house, I would first look at the router if it is
Yeah,
working or not, right? So it kind of
yeah,
become a necessity because a lot of things are dependent on it, and there are many things that the World Wide Web is able to provide that individual edge devices are not able to sustain, right? Look at the large language models, or look at the Google, sorry, the global maps that's available. It's very
yeah.
difficult to put everything on edge, right? So you need
Yes,
connectivity to serve a lot of different needs. Pretty good, man.
actually, nowadays internet has become more essential than air. I think so.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, and I do respect the emotion. But health is always first. A good
No,
healthy.
not about that, but
Yeah, no,
I
I
was
understand. Yeah, makes
yeah,
sense.
I was like, I'm looking after the persons who are around me. They are
Hmm.
like If 5 minutes the internet is gone, they're like, my life is gone.
Well,
So
yeah,
most of the people are spending their time in internet. So internet has become one of the most essential thing these days. I think so.
yeah. No, it is. You are absolutely right, and that's actually both interesting and challenging and alarming at the same time, right? Because
Yeah.
at least the younger generation or anyone who has not seen a lot of the people around, especially the COVID batch, in terms of whether you're born in the COVID area or you have studied, in the college in the COVID times.
Yeah.
You kind of lack interpersonal skill, and that sorry, that kind of skill is very important, because the way we are able to talk, right, and we are able to communicate, uh, you know so that is equally essential.
Actually, I too studied in a Corona time.
Oh, okay,
Actually,
you
I
are
was,
so you must be
I
feeling that
was,
pain point. When I was saying, I sorry, I didn't realize.
I was studying my 10th and inter at that time.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Completely in the home, sitting in front of a system and what to say, virtual classes. We are listening to virtual classes.
Uh-huh.
That's actually a pretty good activity we are doing. Like we'll on our cameras and we'll on that live session and we'll switch
Hmm.
the tab and we do our works. That's what
Switch
we
the
are
what?
doing. We'll just switch that tab and we'll do
It's a
something
switch that
else.
tab. Okay. Okay.
We do
All
something
right.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that actually comes down to the person who designed the web page. He made everything, but he didn't consider for a use case where if the tab is not active, what to do, right? So
Yeah.
that minus one for the developer.
Yeah.
No hard feelings, but that's just what I feel. And that brings to a very important point on entrepreneurship. When you are designing something for the user, you need to look from their shoes, wear their hat, right? And that's a very good example that
Yeah.
you gave. Switching the tab. Now, if as a developer of that system, if you are designed to conduct a live class and somebody is switching tab, for example, right? That should be one of the use case you should avoid, as a developer, because
Actually,
you
to
should
solve
consider.
this, Google Meet has come. There
Okay,
is a
right.
alarm in the Google Meet. If we switch
Uh-huh.
the tab within the range of time, it gives an alarm to the admin.
Okay,
They have
good.
switched the tab and uh, no one cares and it will be leaving. Like the meet will be ended soon.
Okay,
That's what
okay. No,
they broke and they got out of that. And now Google Meet has become one of the most using platform than Zoom. I think so.
right, right, right. So I'm not going to put vendor names, but so talking about innovations, yes. So the continuous improvement part, right? That's how it happens.
Yeah.
So you find out a problem like we did, and then it gets evolved and corrected. And tomorrow there might be some other problem that can come in, right? It could be a tab that's there active, but on a different virtual desktop. What you gonna do then, right? It's gonna be active, but it's running on a different VDI. The VDI has enough automation to take care of your online activity. It has an AI agent that's managing your presence. So what are you gonna do then? So many use cases that can come in, and you can keep thinking and thinking.
Yeah.
And the
Entrepreneurship
systems
is
have to.
like that, right?
Exactly, exactly. So that's the mindset, right? So just
Yeah.
now we had a problem, then a solution, then another problem, another solution, and that's how you keep on improvising stuff, right? You should always keep evolving and growing. I mean, yeah, if you want to go on mute and just
One second.
yeah, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Happens, you know. So these are things that that happens on a either a talk show or on a different entrepreneurship, that we always evolve. We have challenges. Sometimes I got a call once. I was on a talk show, and the whole connection broke, and then I had to reconnect and create a new
Yeah.
stream. uh, so these things quite happen, and you need to keep going, right? That's the fun
Actually,
part
these
of
are
it.
my roommates who I work with.
Okay. Oh, nice. So
Yeah,
you got a good partner
yeah,
system.
yeah.
Nice. So maybe
We
on
have
a
lot of
next,
stuff to do.
yeah. So maybe on a next talk show we can invite them.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So they also work with you on the entrepreneurship thing, or they
They
are
work for
working.
some other things. Like we are all tech background people, like same
Okay.
from same college and
Hmm.
same Max from CSC department. They
Okay.
work for coding stuff, and I work for entrepreneurship, etc. We
Okay.
are
So
like our
yeah. So
paths are different, but we work together. That's
okay.
our deal. And
Okay.
also we have a entrepreneurship cell in our college. Actually, most of the colleges don't have, right? We are
Hmm.
dealing with that thing. So
Yeah, I've heard about that. Some colleges and some institutions they have this kind of a, no, I think incubation or a startup funding
yeah,
system or a crowdfunding that actually helps a lot in the initial stage, because that's the
yeah,
initial hesitation or the initial thing that you need to make your next step, right?
yes.
Because when we
Actually,
were in,
if we have
yeah,
an incubation center, that would help us to think wide, and we can get the like funding, etc. Some other
hmm,
stuff, legal issues, and can be solved by that incubation center. So it would
right.
help to bring a lot of startups into the game of market, right?
Correct, correct. I feel so because that really helps because from the first startup idea and how it evolved to the next one and so on, right?
Yeah,
That those experiences should get kept, keep on adding up one by the another, and that should help the next startup, right? And should go on and on and on, right?
yeah,
That's pretty much how things should go in my opinion as well, because that's how you will evolve, right? Otherwise, from everybody, if they are starting from scratch, doesn't make sense, right?
yes, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that goes with the even on job thing that you're doing. So if I've given a task and if I am expected to do this without any prior knowledge and just get myself on the field, maybe I would do it, maybe I'll break things. But if something has been done before, because see, everything can't be a Nobel Prize or be done on the first time ever, right?
yeah, that's right.
Somebody would have done it. So if somebody would have done it, what's wrong in documenting it so that it's easy for the next person, right? The
Yes, you're
idea is
right.
to make things easier, right? Because you're not here to make difficult life for others. You're here to
Yeah,
make life easier for others. So that's a human nature, and if you're a good human being, that's what you would do. Then
yeah.
if that's what you're gonna do, then why not do it, right? Have kind of a small group.
We do things. Actually, from back then to now, our life has become easier, right? That's the human nature, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Nowadays, it's become much faster also. Why? Because actually, am I audible?
yeah. I can hear you.
Yeah. Uh, in my knowledge, past more than past 50 days, past 50 years, past 10 years has much improvement in the human lifestyle and etc. AI has captured everything, and everyone has some, like it's like an assistant for us, doing work for us, and human life has become much easier. I think so. What do you say,
Right.
sir?
Yeah. So you're talking about generative AI, right? So
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite topics. So, definitely generative AI and the AI agents has helped so far. And if you look at the evolution right from 2017, when the attention is all you need paper was published, right? And we talk about different models, word to vector, how words or sentences they have converted into tokens, right? And then
yeah,
each token is converted into a multidimensional vector embedding. And then when a prompt is provided, how that prompt is passed through almost similar process, and then those two tokens are matched using cosine similarity formula, and the closest one gets responded back, and that's how you the system answers for you, right?
yeah.
And the
My
more
Actually, my experience with with AI is new. Like when
Mhm.
I started these things, I was inspired from a movie, which is
Hmm.
Iron Man. You know, right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I inspired from Iron Man, seeing that Jarvis, which is becoming an assist for the Tony Stark, who is main character. I
Hmm.
started digging deeper with that AI. What is AI? What's going on? Why is
Hmm.
that answering each and every question for him? Is that a man or is that a system? I don't know
Hmm.
in that time. And I was thinking that a man is working for him in a background and he is giving all the things. After that, I started knowing that it's an AI, artificial intelligence, which work in a system, and it doesn't have any prior feelings, etc. It just works for us. It doesn't have any human feelings, etc. That Then I came into this CSC field to know about AI and different technologies which are running these days. That's what is my journey to CSE and BTech. Yeah,
Okay. Very nice, very nice. Because the way the neural network connect, right? And
yeah,
the way you have different algorithms, CNN, convolution neural network, recurrent neural network, and other algorithms that is in place, right? And then that is all AI, machine learning, right? And
yeah,
then we have generative AI, which is a bit different. It is sitting on top of it because attention head has been added, and then it knows the context, right? And then it goes in loop till it finds the answer based on the weight. But it behaves slightly different, and they're using it now multimodal, which is basically text, video, audio, right? So it's doing
yeah.
that for everything. So
You're
it
right.
works a bit differently, and because it is able to consume the world knowledge in a way that it can help answer it from that knowledge using the prompt that you provide. It's very fascinating, but what I always keep telling people is understand how it's working from a high level and then go deeper, right? Because once you know any
Yeah,
system, and that goes with learning anything, right? Whether it's been AI, machine learning, or it could be a simple word editor that you're using. Once you know things deeper, you are able to maximize your potential and maximize the capability of that system giving you the answer the way you need it, right?
you're
People say
right. You're
that,
right.
okay, yeah, people say that when you ask a question, it hallucinates a lot. Well, it's not hallucinating, right? It's not a human thing.
It's just
It just,
knowing everything, right? It's just
well,
like
yeah,
it's like a
exactly.
kid. It's like a kid
It's
actually. It
like,
needs to know
well,
everything.
yeah, well, you're right. In a way, you're right. But when you say hallucination, it's not hallucinating or giving wrong answer. The cosine similarity formula works in a way that it is finding the different angles and then the distance between them, and giving you the closest one. So there are so many dimension, and it's very difficult to remember all the context. So it's able to find the closest one and give it to you, right?
Yeah,
And that's what it is doing. So it's not a human thing. So first we need to isolate human emotion from it and human words to use for AI.
yeah,
Just say the formula had some error or it's a rounding of error. We have to talk very mechanical on these terms, and the reason I always say that is it's not human, right? And it's to my knowledge it can never be human, right? Because there's some human aspect which will
actually,
be
it doesn't
very
have any feelings of human, right? It can't understand the feeling what we are expressing. We need to tell the
correct.
actual thing.
Correct. We
Actually,
need to tell the actual thing and we need to describe it. There are certain level that we can train, but the idea is we'll have to always train, right? It can also self-train, but within the boundaries. And I had a discussion on similar aspect on Friday with one of the colleagues, and we were just chatting offline. And he was pretty confident that this generative AI is solving this, that the AI model is doing that. I gave him a small example. Okay, if you know the world data because you have been there in the industry, like I have been there for almost 2.5 decades, right? I have
yeah,
seen internet for almost 3 decades. Now if you ask something to that generative AI system which it has never seen, and I gave him example, I gave him example of a handstand. Okay, when you do a handstand, when you know the handstand, right? You
yeah.
put
I know,
hand.
I know. Yeah,
Correct. So the world has seen handstand, so it will be able to generate that image for you and describe it, right? But if you ask something it has never seen, and I gave him example, do a tongue stand. Say create an image for a tongue stand, okay,
Yeah.
and see if it is able to do it. I have never asked that question, but I was pretty confident it will not be able to do it because there is no tongue stand, right? There is no such thing as tongue stand. It's very
Yeah.
difficult. And I asked him, and he said, "Okay, it will generate it." I said, "I will bet 1,000 rupees it will not." And I bet 1,000 rupees, and I got that 2,000 rupees, and we did a party. It was not able to do it, right?
Great.
So I don't know which model he used, or which model he downloaded in Python and Rust, and whatever he did, because he was pretty confident. So I love to break his confidence. I mean,
Actually, I
no
remember
hard feelings.
a scene in a
Yeah.
movie which is called
Okay.
Robo. It's a Rajnikant
Uh-huh.
film. In that movie,
Yeah,
there is a
I know that favorite sir, Rajni sir. So man, you are
yeah. In
just
that movie,
inspiring me more.
there is a scene where his mother tells him to turn on the TV and throw it like
Ah,
in
yeah, I
Telugu.
remember.
It
Yeah, I
just
remember.
throw the TV and breaks it. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
AI does every time. We need to
correct.
clearly tell that what we actually think to that. It's like a spoon feeding to it. We need to spoon feed the data
Correct.
to it. Yeah.
Correct. And there are two reasons for that. One is definitely it's going to break things if you don't do it correctly. And you have to provide the maximum context for it to understand and deliver what you need. But more than that is what I feel is what you should do is the reason why you should always provide context. And that's why I always try to be, educate people or try to tell them use RAG concept more, right? And,
Yeah.
RAG not just for systems, but for yourself as well. And the reason I say this is once you know the context, right? Once you're able to provide more context to your prompt, that is not just helping the LLMs, large language models, but it is helping you remember that context. Because if you try to delegate these things to AI or LLMs in future, you would not be able to remember it, because that's how human brain works. It finds the easiest path to do a problem, right? That's
Yeah.
why lazy people automate a lot of stuff. So you
You're
know
right. But
yeah.
the
So
lazy people will always get the job easily. Am I right?
well, I will not debate on that fact, but what I'm gonna say is, because the lazy people are able to automate, the mind will become more lazier if you just try to provide minimum context and depend more on the system you're using. And if you
Yeah.
forget the context, there would be time it will be difficult for you to start something very innovative, right? So you're gonna lose out on innovation or new ideas, which is a very big problem, right?
Yeah.
So you should never do that. Even if you want to tell LLM create a web server, make sure you say that I want to create a web server on Windows, which can handle 5 HTTP headers, and it can do Windows authentication. It will have the log file in this place, with this format, with this compression. Provide the maximum context. Don't miss out on this thing, right? So this is
Yeah, I
very
do the
important for
same.
your learning.
I do the same. I'll be particular in each and everything which I am telling to the AI. Actually, I
Hmm.
use lot of AI platforms, and
Hmm.
actually, this is a good thing which I do. I'll use one AI to chat with other things. I use two
Hmm.
things, and I generate prompts, etc. I'm a good in giving prompts to AI, and I started learning this after my startup has come to a good stage. When my startup has come to a stage, my time didn't work well, like my ideology, etc. My research didn't work well. Then I
Hmm.
started using AI to get some info about the things, other case studies, and etc., which I need will be done with AI. It researches everything and it gives me bullet points.
Hmm.
Then my work become easy. So
Correct.
a lot of people think actually AI replaces humans. What do you say, sir?
No, no, I mean, absolutely not, right? So it's like, when the fastest car in the world came, it's not that it is replacing Usain Bolt, right?
Yeah,
It's just giving you a different way of reaching to your destination. So, and you would never create a human, or have some human be trained to, travel or run as fast as the fastest car in the world. It's never gonna happen, right? So
Yeah,
these are
I to tell
tools.
my friends the same. AI can't replace us, but a person who uses AI can replace you, definitely. I'll
That's
tell
very,
that thing.
yeah. Yeah, no, that's very true, right? Because see, you're also developing a system for bikes, not for bullock carts, right?
Yeah,
So no disrespect to bullock cart, but we know that things have evolved. They are faster way to reach a destination. So we need to get ourselves aligned with it, right? And it is
yeah,
not about AI. People try to make a big fad or a fuss about AI. See, many people are promoting their own systems or their models, so they would talk about it, right? Somebody is promoting their own hardware because it can do things faster, so they will promote it. But you need to understand one simple and basic thing, because I've also been seeing this for the past 2.5 decades. Whenever you are in the field, in the business, you should know the tools around that business to get things done faster and with highest quality, right? And
yeah. I do the
AI
same.
is no different. Yeah, AI is no different, right? So if you're gonna use the tool that is available right now, right, at a lower cost or at free or whatever, right, and to be able to deliver your job, your ideas, that can help yourself, your friends, humanity, as much as possible. So that's will be beneficial, right? And that's the thing to do in every era of the IT generation or the next evolution, right? That pretty much we all do that, correct?
Definitely,
I
yeah.
have
I too do
also
the same. But
correct.
where the misconception comes, right? Yeah, everyone thinks that if a thing comes next to it, it will replace the old one. That is actually misconception of everyone. Which
Replace the old one means so
see,
people, tell me.
if a new thing comes, better version comes, they all
Mm-hmm.
think it will replace the old one. But the actual
Okay.
thing is, uh, what I'm meaning to say is like each thing has its own specific specialty, right?
Advantage and disadvantage, correct, correct. So
Yeah,
so that is why I'm trying. So when I started this discussion, right, so the reason I'm saying is remove human emotion, human characters from AI. And this is the reason it is not come in to replace you as an individual, right? It has
yeah,
come in to assist you. So
yes,
you should not get scared by saying that it's going to replace me. Correct. You
yeah.
should always think about it as non-human, which is the fact. It is
It
non-human,
is. It's
right?
just assists us to make our work easier. That's
Exactly,
my
right.
point
And
of view.
exactly, and that's with all generation, all every 5 years these things happen. 10 years it happens, right? Right now we are talking about quantum computing. We had logic gates in binary computing, the AND gate, NOR gate, XOR gate, right? Similarly, in quantum computing, we have Hadamard gate, CNOT gate, the spin up, spin down, superposition, superconductivity. So these things will always come in and try to add newer benefit, right? Not every possible use case quantum is solving, but it is planning to have some circuits. The entire neural network algorithm cannot be rewritten using CNOT gate and Hadamard gate of quantum
Yeah,
computing, right? It's
definitely.
very
Yeah,
difficult. It's right now very difficult. It's not one-to-one translation, right? But some use cases it's able to solve exponentially faster. So things will always come in every generation. You should always get aligned to it and have some percentage of learning in that field so that you can adapt to it quicker. And change is always difficult, right? I believe when I started my journey, people were for attendance they were still using Excel at that point, right? They used to ask people, see them, and then update in Excel. Then we moved to online web, because I was part of the
yeah,
person who developed
yeah,
the entire internet from recruitment till full and final. So I was able to map those stages. So I have seen those changes myself, and I have seen the resistance also from people, and I have understood why the resistance is there, and we have mitigated around that resistance. Not only to give a comfort factor for the people using it, but also for the people who wants to administer and monitor it, right? So your understanding of both world, the consumer and the creator, is also important. That's how you would be able to move towards customer success, right? Because if you don't understand this, you will not be able to bridge them together, and you will not have a good product in the end, right?
yeah. You're
uh,
right.
you
I
know
face these issues very frequently. I regularly
Really?
face this issue actually.
Oh, nice. If you can give some examples, that would be nice because it's a very good thing to know.
Uh, like bridging customers to our product is the main
Uh,
thing. Why? Because see, if no customer is there, our company is not there actually. So
exactly.
in past 6 months, I would say it very proudly. I didn't use a single penny to travel somewhere in past 6 months. I
Okay.
just use like I would take a person who is coming on the road and I would ask them to give me some lift to
Hmm.
pull the crowd to my what to say to my application. If I couldn't
Hmm.
pull the crowd on offline, how could I pull them online? That is my thought process. And in past 6 months I am going out and getting into other strangers bike, and I would take their insights. What are they thinking about these one, and how many people are really willing to share their rights, etc. I would take these insights and I'd come home and sit on it. If any problem rises, then I would think in the customer point of view to solve that problem, right? When it is from our side, it's actually clean. If we see from our side who are building this company, it would be clean, definitely clean. When we see from the customer side, there will be a lot of issues. We faced a lot
Hmm.
of issues. Like when we started this idea, we have a basic plan, and that's great, actually good, and it's very nice, fantastic. We thought in our group, we are of 4 members, we thought that's great. When I started going out, I figured out a lot of problems in it. Literally
Hmm.
thousands of problems each and every day. To solve them,
Hmm.
we would sit from around 8 to 12. We have a lot of sleepless nights to solve those issues, and so many things arise at that time. So then I got a clarity that the product should not satisfy us, but the product should satisfy the customer needs. Am I right?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I didn't know there was a doubt, but yes, they should always satisfy customer, man. It should
Yeah.
never satisfy the creator at all. In terms
It
of the
always
usage.
satisfy the creator. It always satisfy the creator. When it is online, we think we have done it and we'll feel proud of it. But when it come to customer, they didn't develop it. They don't know what that is. They need something, we are giving something. Is that valuable?
Hmm.
If it is valuable, they would take that.
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
Right, no problem. Yeah, so no, that's absolutely true because it is designed for that customer, and that customer has to certify or stamp it saying, okay, I'm able to use it to address it need. Because whenever you develop something, it's never about who is developing it or which platform, which technology. It absolutely does not matter, right? For the customer, it's
At
as
the end
simple
of
as
the day, it should just satisfy the customer.
exactly, right? And nothing
Yeah.
beyond that. And I remember one use case where one of the apps somebody developed, and they had this initial loading problem, right? Whenever they used to load a particular profile or some component, it was taking a lot of time. So what they did was, whenever you're browsing it did some lazy loading, and it tried to load few things in the background. So when you're clicking, you have at least the frames and some part in lower resolution already loaded, and then it tries to get the higher resolution, so that increase the user experience to a much higher aspect or a much higher
Lot of
level.
online platforms started this, right? Lot of online
Yeah,
platforms doing the same.
correct.
In my childhood, that is like something. If something has to load, we need to wait at least 2 to 3 minutes. We
Yeah,
need
that's
definitely we need to wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Just we need to catch the mobile, and we need to stand for the signal, and we need to fetch the signal mostly. After the 4G, it became like it's loading much faster. It loading the frames before ahead. It's not giving much time to the user. It's not
correct.
enter. Sorry, I
Yeah,
forgot
yeah. No, no,
something.
that's fine. That's fine. It happens in the flow and chain of thought. But what you're saying is absolutely right. It's never about what you're gonna design or things. It's always about the user experience, right? And
Yeah,
when you have faster things, you'll expect more faster things. And now, before we were waiting for text, now we're waiting for high definition images, right? Or high
yeah.
definition video. So the need also keeps on increasing. Tomorrow we'll
Nowadays, we
wait
are
for,
sharing movies
yeah,
in social media. Actually, we are
correct, correct. So
using social media texting applications like WhatsApp and Insta, mainly WhatsApp for sending movies. Also, it increased its limit, right? We just sending movies
So
from
so basically, the thing is, some messaging connection platform, right, has increased capabilities so that it can provide more rich context and more longer duration, more higher, size. Because today also we had a function. It's our 76th Republic Day today. So
yeah,
society we had a function and a lot of videos I took. I remember in the 75th one, I had a lot of struggle sending it through messaging platform. I have to use
yeah.
different drives or upload it. But this time I was able to do most of the videos on high definition. I think there's some limit, 90 MB or 100 MB, but still it's a good limit. I was able to send that across. So yeah, the limits have increased and it will keep on increasing. But our requirement also has increased, right?
As
Because
our
previously,
requirement increases, the limit always increases.
correct, correct. And that's
Demand
why
and
when I
supply, right?
exactly, exactly. And that's why when I started my PhD, I wanted to do something on data compression, but I was not able to find any guide who were interested in data compression in 2017. Uh, you
Yeah,
know, Everybody wants to do something in AI, and why not, right? Because the generative AI paper was published in 2017. So
yeah.
we were all following the AI trends that time, and we were very keen on looking for different things that's happening on the AI world. So everybody was, and definitely the lecturers and the guides, they were more interested in AI related things, right? But for
Actually,
compression, yeah,
this AI which we are talking about, it's it's a trend, so that it's trending and everyone are taking into it. If the trend changes, then if the new technology comes, they definitely shift to it. Actually,
correct. Hmm.
in my childhood, they would say that degree is the best thing. Degree,
Right.
bachelor degree, which is like BSc computers, etc., which is 3 years course, is the best thing
Hmm.
to do. when i
Hmm.
came when I came nearly to 10th and inter, it changed to BTech. And
Right.
no one are nowadays, no one are thinking about degree, right?
Yeah.
Once upon a time civil was in boom, now CSC came to boom. So
Mhm.
always trend matters. That's not a technology, I think so.
No,
Always
no, you're absolutely
trends
right. Yeah.
keep
No, it
on
is the trend.
going.
Yeah, it is the trend, but along with the trend, the market needs also change, and that's what creates those trends, right?
Yeah,
And AI and generative AI, these what I think is not just a fad, it's not a trend that's gonna change, but it will evolve to a better trend within the field because it has revolutionized few things which was never possible before, either due to lower capacity of compute or lower adoption of things. There was a word called as deterministic system, right? Because if you talk about people from the 90s and 2000s, because I'm from that generation, we always wanted a deterministic system. We wanted, when we input X, we want Y, right? And we were not accepting A, B, or C.
yeah,
If we designed the system for X and it needs to output Y, that's what we need, right? But
yes.
now with generative AI, it is able to provide probabilistic answers, which may not be true. That was never acceptance criteria that would have been passed. So I always tell people, if these things were part of a well-established company, it would have been very difficult for it to evolve or come into production because the test cases won't even pass because many of the
You're
test
right.
cases would fail, right? Because hallucination cannot be a test case; it's a bug, right? So it
It's
would have
always a
never
bug.
exactly. So it would have never passed that criteria to go to GA. So it would have never come to market. Now, because this came already to market and it's evolving within the industry, it's a different system. People have seen the importance and if even if something is more than 60%, the acceptance has come in, right? And they are then the developing systems to cater to that remaining 40 or 30%, right? So they're trying to make a probabilistic system, be acceptable with deterministic output using either specialized models which people are building. So they're not just relying on a bigger model which does everything, but they're creating either smaller models or using RAG to provide very specialized answer, right? That's why we have codex for, like, Copilot uses codex model, or the image generation is using different models, right?
Yeah.
These things are
Actually, I have
available.
a good thing to tell. When we are talking
Okay,
about
nice.
technologies, we
Hmm.
talk about bugs, right?
Correct.
Actually, out of interest, I started digging back why
Hmm.
the error is called a bug. I have
Hmm.
a really good story. In late
Yeah, I
90s or
think
80s,
yeah, please
yeah,
go ahead.
in late
I remember.
90s or 80s, there is a issue
Yeah,
in the system.
yeah,
A lot
yeah,
of people came and did research, nothing solved. When someone opened the hardware and checking, there
yeah.
is a bug
They
in
saw
it. They
exactly
started telling that from that time they are calling it as bug.
a bug. Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, I heard
that's a
that
crazy
and it was very
story.
funny. Yeah, it is a crazy story. I heard that also recently,
From
and
my BTech journey, starting journey, I don't know why it is called a bug. Actually, in a basic English, a bug means insect which is roaming around.
exactly. Yeah,
Why do they call it as bug? That's my
correct.
first question when I entered this computer science industry, computers industry.
Mhm.
Why does that called as bug? I would ask each and everyone. Most of the people don't know.
Nobody would know. No,
When
correct.
this internet came into boom and all the things got established, when I was going through internet, some article, I saw some article why
Mhm.
the bug, the error is called a bug. After reading that, I was literally, from 2 years I was searching for that answer why a bug is called a bug. Literally, it's like, it's most embarrassing moment for me. Is that the case where it is named as bug? I thought some other issues will be there, some other technical terms are there, so it
Some
is called a bug.
acronym. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Literally, I was
No, it is
shocked about
actually a
that.
bug. Yeah. No, no, I was also equally shocked. And that's a very good aspect of entrepreneurship that you just demonstrated. Without
Yeah,
even realizing that you're demonstrating that, is to, like, go into deeper things, right? So whenever
yeah,
you have a thing that is unsolved, right, you try to analyze and go deeper. And that's a
yeah.
very brilliant characteristics of any entrepreneur like yourself, or no, future
Thank you
entrepreneurs,
so much. Actually,
because that's very much required, because without that, it's very difficult to move forward in life, right? If you assume things the way they are, if you always are in a status quo, right, you will never challenge the status quo, you'll always accept it and move forward. You will not be able to progress. You will be able to accelerate and go, but that will be in a flat path. You will never be able to
yeah,
take off, right?
yeah,
But this root cause analysis, asking the five whys, these things are not just theory. I practice it day in, day out, in my past company or the past role. I know that these are things I always practice, right? Never accept the status quo. It doesn't mean you're always challenging things, because for someone who is immature, who doesn't understand the world, he might think, "Arey, he's challenging everything, he is always arguing." But that's not the case, right? Someone who is mature would understand what people like us mean when we challenge, or when we question the status quo. We are digging deeper, because we are not used to just crawling on the road. We are spreading our wings to fly, right?
yeah,
And that lift is required, because that lift gives us adrenaline rush. And that is exactly what you demonstrated by just small example. But it's a very important and very crucial example for others who are starting their journey, to always dig deeper, right?
yeah. Also, entrepreneurship is like, what we are thinking is not the matter, and where we are placing it is also the matter. I have a small story for that. May I go on?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
please.
a person in a hot summer, he's a good, capable person to make tea.
Hmm.
His tea has lot of things and good taste, and lot of things, and he started a stall in his
He
area.
started a
He
stall.
started a
Okay.
tea stall. Okay,
Tea stall. Okay.
but no one came. Why? Because it's a hot summer. No one came.
Mm-hmm.
But his reputation is good in that area. Why
Mm-hmm.
didn't I get sales? It's the first question he got.
Okay.
So, what did he do? Any guess? Do you have any guess?
Based on the context, I think he may have changed his place, something. That's what I'm guessing.
No, he just brought an ice cube and kept into the ice, and he told it as iced tea, which we are drinking in a coffee shop these days.
Oh,
Is came from that.
that's
Actually,
nice.
that's a brilliant idea, which I would say. The iced tea
Yes.
which we are drinking nowadays,
Mm-hmm.
it would be around cost 120, right? A normal tea is 10 rupees.
Hmm.
Uh, iced tea is 120 rupees. What changed? Just ice cube? That matter.
Yes, correct.
That's what we always discuss about. Small stories, kiddie stories, which
Yep.
become a lot change in our taste. That's what we think each and every day. We get each and every story, and we think of it like it's too childish, like keeping ice in tea. It becomes iced tea. Everyone is like, on that day, everyone is like, oh, iced tea, what's that? Tea is always hot. What we drink is a tea which is hot. But what
Yeah,
is iced tea? How the tea could be cold? That's the idea. But
yeah.
it's a great thing. It's a boom to beverage industry, actually.
It is. It is. It's just a small
Yeah,
thing, right? He just thought about it on the fly just to sell his tea, and now
yeah,
everybody is capitalizing on it and making their way forward. So
yeah.
that's pretty
That's a
pretty
great
nice.
thing.
Simple things, I was discussing with one of the guests about law, and he just said, I just asked him, right, what is law? I thought he'll answer some very complicated jargon. He said it's just common sense, right? So similarly,
Yeah.
entrepreneurs, you have to think about simple things, right? That
Entrepreneurship is just solving a pain point. It's not about building companies, building a lot of things. Okay, just do you know about this Facebook, how it started? Just two friends who are roaming, they don't have a messaging application, good messaging application. That is the pain point. What is the solution for it? Bringing a good messaging application. Then the Facebook came. Like, from Facebook, the WhatsApp has developed, and now everyone are using WhatsApp and Facebook. Now Facebook has demolished by Instagram, which is a Meta company, right? Both are the same companies. Both are from
So
the same
separate,
company.
separate timelines, but yes, I understand the context. Uh,
Yeah,
one is a social platform that was built in a college for connecting people.
yeah,
Another one was developed using a mobile number and using a messaging on top of it, right?
yeah,
And the third one is separate, and then another company which was created to hold all this, and there was a buying and selling happened because I
yeah,
have seen that story and heard that. So yes, you are absolutely right. Solving a pain point, and what you said was also correct for yourself or someone very close to you. And the reason that is important is if you're able to solve it either for yourself, right, or for the person close to you, right, even if that saves a 1 millisecond, I would say, right, the idea is if it's saving time, right, and time is money. Imagine saving it for 100 million people. You are actually saving 100 million milliseconds or nanosecond. You just have to learn a way how to capitalize it, then that's going to be 100 million, right? I may be
yeah,
saying this just by reading books. I myself has not mastered the art, right? But that's what
yeah. Actually, no one masters entrepreneurship. Actually,
okay.
everything is like the greatest person also has a new thing to learn the next day. When he sleeps, he start learning each and everything the day.
Yeah,
Each
you
and
have to.
every day,
Yeah,
each and every day starts with a new topic and starts with a new challenge for entrepreneurs. Actually, that was
correct.
the case.
Yeah, and you
every
have to,
day.
right? You can't just be, very mundane and very task oriented, 100% of the time, right? You have to be
Yeah,
some percentage of the time because otherwise you'll not be able to survive, right? Because somebody is gonna pay you to do stuff, so you need a way to balance that out. Try to make it 80-20, where you are doing initially 80% for the person who is paying you and 20% for yourself, because if you stay healthy you'll be able to contribute more, and then you start doing the switch. But health and happiness comes on top of everything.
yeah,
Try
you're right.
not to compromise on that, because see, once you start compromising on your health and happiness, right, you can definitely, you can achieve greater things, no doubt about it. But at the end, who are you doing it for? You are doing it for
Yeah,
yourself. When you're doing it for yourself, you should always put yourself first. It's not about being selfish. It's about self love, right? You
yeah,
need
you're
to
right.
think about your brain, your body,
Yeah.
right? The way you feed the right food to your body so that it's healthy, you have the right muscle mass, the fat is less or whatever, right? Based on your
Actually, you're right. Actually, when I started these things, when I was in my interstates, I was around 80 kilos and I was something else. When I came to BTech, I started working on things and I left my personal life and my food, my sleep. I sacrificed everything. I became like within 6 months, I was 60.
oh
If
wow,
you believe
60,
or not,
very.
60. Like just bones came out like
No,
that.
60 is too less, man. Because see, I was also 82, and I purchased this, this wave board, right? Not the skateboard,
Yeah,
the wave board, and it had a limit of 60, I think 70 kg or something. Then I said I need to reduce it. So from 82, I came down to, I think, 69. Then I was feeling a bit dizzy. Then I started eating and came to around 70, ish, and that's what the weight I'm trying to maintain. And it was pretty hard to get to that. And you're
but
saying from
but the
80 to
thing
60.
is, I didn't get any dizzy. I'm pretty much active every day. I don't know why that happened. I don't
Yeah,
know
I also don't know
this.
why that happened. You need to tell me, maybe now or offline. But that's
Yeah.
very interesting, man. Because I
Af-
remember my journey, and if you see me on Instagram, I have posted that journey every day. I was on, like, fruit and nuts and blueberries
yeah.
and stuff, right? Cocoa powder, dark chocolate, and this and that, right? So I did all those things, and it was very hard to get from 82 kilos to 69. It took
Yeah.
me a lot of months and a lot of consistent skipping of, I mean, not skipping of dinner, but increasing the time between my evening
Meal to meal.
snacks, evening meal to sleep, right?
Yeah. But
But
I would say that my journey is not safer. But it worked out for me, but it's not safe for everyone, right? I
exactly.
lost a lot of things. And
Yeah.
when I started eating well and sleeping well from past 6 months, my brain activity has improved a lot, and
Mhm.
I get a lot of new ideas to build my startup and etc. etc. And my brain level has increased high. Literally, I was shocked by seeing that. Why didn't I get this idea from before ahead? See, it's like what to tell, 0 to 100 in just 1 month. My brain capacity has increased a lot after feeding correct food and giving a proper diet and also good sleep.
Yeah.
That started a pretty much good.
Correct, correct,
That's
correct.
that's
That's
my
why,
journey
yeah,
actually.
it's important, because that's how, people are taking micro retirement, or they're trying to take a break in the middle. That's the whole idea, because if you feed your brain right, have a relaxed environment, you not only ideate but you also try to implement, right? That's why
Yeah,
you take care of your eye part is very important. You just not should not just ideate. You should always try to implement it, at least from a small scale, but do it right. Just do it end to end, which is very much important. Don't just
yeah,
have ideas running in your mind. It does not make sense. Get on a piece of paper or a computer, start up your favorite language, Python, whatever, use a framework, Flask, or whatever you like
Yeah.
on Rust, whatever, right? So just start doing something, start coding, or get generative AI to do it for you, and start mixing up things, right? But make something end to end, and
Yeah.
test it out in the field. Because if you don't do it, right, somebody else would,
Definitely.
because everybody is getting that idea. Don't feel yourself as
Actually, after my idea has, when I got my idea, no one are trying this sharing. I faced what you told. I faced the same issue. Like no one are sharing the rights in India. Actually, mainly India. No one are sharing. When our idea is in development stage, and when we start around, it would launch in March or April. Our application would launch. So now, when we are seeing around three companies which are doing the same ride sharing, but not exactly the copy of our idea, but some extent, they started our idea. That's like if I don't start it at that time, now I would be regretting, right? Why didn't I start?
correct.
It's
So
it's
start
actually
and
a great thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
always
when we didn't
start.
start the thing, some other one could easily. It's it's just an idea, right?
Correct.
Everyone can get an idea.
Correct, and everybody does, right? It happens to 8 to 9 people at the same time.
Yeah,
I've heard, and everybody starts on that journey. Some succeed, some don't. So the idea is not to get disappointed at all. That's also what I've seen is recently people get disheartened and disappointed a lot for some reason, and it happens, right? There cannot be multiple peaks in a pyramid, right? So there could be only one direction. When you're walking, you can only walk in one direction. So these
yeah,
are basic physics, unless we are in a quantum world. But these are physics basic principles that govern us, right? If gravity is there, you're gonna fall. So unless you are moving, switching planets, you have to
yeah.
think about these things, and move forward with it. Do not stop. Do not get disheartened at all. There is no such thing as disheartening or being depressed. So I'm not going to debate on the medical aspect for it, because there are
Actually,
things
yeah,
which,
when you're talking
but the
about,
idea is to stay positive. Yeah.
yeah, while we are talking about failures, right? Before ahead, we are talking about failures. I have something to tell about this. Uh, if a fresher is having a good knowledge and coming to a interview, and an experienced person is coming to an interview, every MNC or every tech company would take a person who is experienced, right?
Depends, but yes, depending on the job
Most of the
description
cases.
requirement.
Most of the cases.
I'm not
Most
into
of the
hiring,
cases.
so I would not argue on that. But yeah, please continue.
Yeah, most of the cases they would hire a experienced person rather than a fresher. So why is that happening? Why? Because a experienced person, if a fresher knows how to do a work, a experienced person how knows how not to do that work, right? Am I right?
So that's what I
Like,
was saying. So I would not debate on that, because I'm not into hiring or
yeah,
interviewing. And
actually,
more than
yeah,
that, that the job alignment and job description mapping,
mm,
it's a very specialized in a different field.
yeah,
The way it works is very different from the way we perceive things, right?
yeah.
When
I
we
have a
apply.
small story about this.
So
uh,
everybody has their own
yeah,
experiences, so please do share.
yeah, not about my story, it's Einstein's story. Sorry, I forgot. uh Sorry,
That,
it's not Einstein, sorry.
yeah,
It's hey, I forgot his name, man. The person
Albert
who invented the bulb, right? Is
Thomas Edison.
Edison. Thomas Alva Edison. I forgot his name. God.
No, no.
Yeah,
See, you are the next Edison, right? So you will forget other, like
come
I'm
on.
learning tabla, so I'm the next Zakir Hussain, if possible, by God's grace.
Yeah,
So definitely that's how things are. So you're talking about the failure point that he mentioned, that I have
Yeah,
explored all the possible failures. So now the only option left is
yeah,
success, right? Is
yeah.
that the line?
When his assistant is asking about why did you do these many times, he
Okay.
was telling that you guys just know how to do a bulb, but I know 10,000 ways how to
Not to do.
not to do a bulb. That's what experience
Hmm.
matters.
Correct. Correct.
Experience always matters, right?
No, it does. So definitely it does. So there is no doubt that experience does not matter. So definitely it does matter. So I was only not trying to dwell in a topic of hiring and recruitment, but yes.
Yeah.
So experience definitely
I
matters.
was just telling about the failure who are just fearing for failure. We
Correct.
just need to do things. As
Correct.
I am doing things, when I started reading, actually, that's a good thing.
Hmm.
Mahabharata, there is a good saying, most famous saying that don't focus on the uh, result what you get, just focus on your journey. You'll get the result as it is.
Right.
That's what I actually do. I do things, I don't go for. Actually, we have done a lot of events and a lot of things which are related to entrepreneurship and startups, but we failed in some things, we succeeded in some things, but we didn't stop there, right? We keep on moving. If we fail, we'll just be sad for 1 hour, half an hour, and we move on. If we success, same, vice versa. We'll feel happy for an hour or half an hour, and we do the same thing. The world doesn't stop if we fail or if we succeed, right? That is my thing, what I do each and every day. Definitely, there is two possibilities: either fail or succeed. The world doesn't change for your success, the world doesn't change for your failure, right? No one is gonna kick you out from this world if you fail. No one will come and keep you on like golden chair if you get succeed, right? That's my philosophy.
No, that's
Yeah,
that's that's correct philosophy. It depends on the level of failure, though. But yes, I totally agree on the philosophy,
no,
and I do respect that. It's very
yeah,
good, very nice and very inspiring. Just one
yeah,
thing.
my inspiration for that is actually Abraham Lincoln.
Hmm.
Do you remember him?
Yeah,
Abraham
I heard.
Lincoln,
Yes.
he failed in lot of situations, lots and lots of situations, not 1 year, 2 years, for a long period. He did so many things. He failed, he got betrayed by his friends, his loved persons died, and so many things. But he, nowadays we are thinking about him, he's a successful person. How did he succeed? It's just one success, but thousands of failures, right? That's what
Right.
I personally take. Failure doesn't stop you, and success also doesn't stop you. You need to move on in your life. That's what we think.
No, no,
Yeah,
that's absolutely correct. Those things don't define you, right? And I would just add what you have already beautifully explained. Makes absolute sense. I will just add some
yeah,
small point to it, saying that coming to this world and even going out of the world. So basically, things which are not in your control, right? Uh, Either starting something or ending or making it successful or failure, it's not in your control. So anything that is not in your control, you need to let go of that. It's a very
yeah,
natural human thing to get attached to goals, but don't get attached. Try to be
yeah,
different from there, and it goes in alignment with what you say. Focus on the journey, because that's the only thing in your control, right? If
yeah,
I am talking to you right now, that's the only thing in my control, the words that I speak, right? I don't control the word that you speak, right? I
yeah,
don't control the outcome of this, right? I don't control anything apart from what is happening right now. So why to waste my energy in trying to focus on something that is not in my control, right? The
you're
goal,
right.
the results, it's not in my control. If you give an exam, right, all what is in your control is writing the exam, the paper, the marks, and the result is not in your control. So when something is not in your control, do not spend a millisecond of energy thinking about that.
I do
Always,
feel the same.
yeah, and always
Actually,
focus
my
on.
father would say the things like this. Actually, why are you fearing for results? That's not in your hand, right?
Exactly.
Actually, my father is a good support for me.
Hmm.
Actually, the great things happened past. Like when I was in inter, my marks would be 710 for 1000, 71% B grade student. And also my MSET rank is around 56,000.
Hmm.
56,000, and everyone are like, he's waste fellow. He don't know anything. He's a waste, just a worthless piece of shit, just like that. But
Okay.
now, what's going on now? I'm building my company. I'm guiding most of the people towards tech. I know a lot of things in tech. I'm like in my circle, I'm a bit great than the persons who are having first rank, second rank. Then now, what's happening is like everyone are asking me for suggestions who are having less than my grade, like A grade people, and also the person who is getting less ranks. So then my father didn't scold me a bit. He didn't tell me anything. Just, okay, it's done. Go for the next thing. He didn't compare me with anyone. That person got this much. Why didn't you get? Most of the parents do that. I think so. My father didn't tell me a single word, and he left me. Now I am here. He would be proud or he would be doing something, but each and every day, definitely he scolds me for anything. Definitely, he'll scold me for one thing. Where I would be. Definitely, if I become a president, also he would definitely come and scold me for a thing and
And he has
tell
all the
that
right. Yeah, your
why
parents
did
have.
you do this like this? You can do in another way.
Correct,
Yeah,
correct. They
he's
have
my
brought us to
greatest
this
support.
world. Correct, correct. So they have brought us to this world. So they are the gods for us, and they have the full right of
Yeah,
everything, and we don't have right about anything. That's pretty much true. We don't even have right to our own life, right? So to
yeah,
make it better or worse is basically in their hands, their blessing. So I don't never argue on that. All I say is never feel entitled on any situation you are in, right? So you should never
yeah,
feel entitled. So if you are in sitting in a CEO's desk, never feel entitled, right?
yeah,
If you go to a palace and you have been awarded the throne, if you're sitting on it, don't feel entitled. Someone great told me this, and I do respect that. One more word he mentioned, I forgot about it, but this was one word I remember now.
yeah.
Based on the conversation, it came to my mind that you should never feel entitled no matter what you
If
do.
we actually feel entitled, our success stops there actually. When we stop something, like if we reach a point and if we say that's enough for me, there will be another person who is gonna kick you. There is a good saying in Telugu. May I mention that?
Yeah, please. I was gonna ask, let's have a cultural section and you can talk something in your native language, or you can sing a song or anything you do culturally, play an instrument.
Yeah.
But we can start with this.
There is a saying called తలం తన్నేవాడు ఒకటి ఉంటే తాడిని తన్నేవాడు ఒకటి ఉంటాడు. There is a
Okay.
saying. That is the like if you think you are great, someone great will come on your head and they will be on your head. That's the thing which I learned about that, and I never think I'm the greatest after that saying. When I listened that saying,
Hmm. Kamli is
yeah,
saying hi. She just joined. Hi, Kamli.
yeah, hi
So
Kamli, yeah,
yeah, so basically a lot of good things happen in our life, and we learn from it, and we just go forward, and that's pretty good. We should always remember that good things in our life, and try to educate people the way either we are doing here or live, when we meet people. And once you you know came and talked about your entrepreneurships, right? Uh, One thing you mentioned about taking a lift when in the life thing, right? Now, I
Yeah.
add one point to it that it's very important even if you're in the virtual world and trying to build systems. Never miss out on the physical live connectivity aspect of it, right? Always have the ability, have the confidence to talk to people live, eye to eye contact, like we are doing, right?
Yeah.
Uh, so the it's after.
Actually, when you are telling, I got something in my life. I was I was feared to speak on stage in my literally up to my BTech second year. I have a lot of performance anxiety. I would never go in front of people and I would never talk. When in my second year, I started like, if I be like this, I would never come out of this world and I would never sustain in this. So I started going out and started connecting with people. It became a good habit for me. If my stage is empty in my class, if the stage is empty, I would go on the stage and I'll speak something about like what we are doing. We are in BTech third year. Last time I think so, I gave an inspirational speech to my people who are
Wow.
in the college. That's a funny thing. Actually, I was shouting like anything else. Like I became some George Reddy in our college, and I was like,
Pretty nice, pretty
come,
nice.
come to me. I'll help you in each and everything. I have good knowledge on tech. We'll start building projects, and if you are fearing for having any idea, come to me. I'll take care of it, and each and everything. I was like. Is that me? After completing the session, I was sitting and I was thinking that is that me who spoke on the stage? That
Oh my
my
god.
friend is
Yeah.
like he shooted the video and he brought to me, bro. How did you manage to
Yeah.
speak like that? I was
Yeah.
like, I just spoke what I think. It's not a great thing, right? What are you telling, brother? What did you do? And he's keeping his phone here. I literally, is that me who is speaking on the stage? Or is there any body double in our class?
Yeah,
I
it's a
was like,
great fun.
shocked.
It makes a lot of difference, right? Because when you are in a specific zone, and I talk about this alignment to the chakras to people who work on those aspects, and the aura that you have. When say everybody has a different energy streams, atoms and nuclear, and now they have developed found out about quarks, right?
Yeah.
Inside, and within the
Basically,
quark,
I'm
you have
very
strings.
much less knowledge in chemistry, but I know these things.
No, no. So basic things, right? So they have
Yeah.
developed quarks, and within the quarks also they have found that it is strings that is there that
Yeah.
proves the
Yeah. Yeah.
string theory. And now they have even found out that the strings are basically nothing but vibration, right?
Yeah.
So I'll show you this. So this is like the xylophone, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. I remember that. Actually,
yeah, I think you have to play like this, and right. So the idea
yeah.
is this is few things I'm learning. So I try to learn new things every
Yeah.
next. I even have a harmonica, so I like so I keep
Yeah.
doing this. The idea, what I was talking about, the vibration is now if everything is vibration, everybody has a different megahertz or frequency that they set. Now when the basic elements of things are made up of vibration, which is nothing but a particular frequency, which basically means that you also have a specific set of frequency, right? And there are frequencies, the anti-frequency is the frequency that align. So if you know the seven sargam, right? Sare gama pada ni sa
Yeah. Yeah.
abcd.
Yeah.
So no, some tunes match up, some don't, and some go along and some don't, and you have chords, right? So the idea, what I'm trying to say is, you are a specific set of energy, and you can get aligned in a specific area. So maybe that stage was meant for you, is what I was trying to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
got aligned to it, and that's the best thing that can happen to you. Now you need to find those opportunities more, because if your aura is best in that environment, make sure you're always in that environment, right? It's not about
Yeah.
you doing 1,000 things, but it's about you doing one thing that's 1,000 times better, or 1,000 times you have done it, right?
Yeah.
That's the energy you need to build up in the positive direction, and I think you have found that part with that live.
Yeah, but it's just an accident, I think so. Accidentally, but
So
it's
great
great.
things happen by accident, right? The ideas.
Yeah.
I was reading one of or listening to one of the founders when he said ideas don't come fully formed, and that's true, right? You have seen the
Yeah.
biggest development in history. They never came fully formed. It's impossible to have a fully formed idea, because if it was fully formed, that means it's already been ideated and done, right? So it
Actually,
cannot happen.
I agree for that. And I have a small story to tell about that. In
Yeah.
my life, when I was sleeping in around, it was my 10th class, I got a dream. And when I woke up, it was like just, it's a story, like it's a big story. And I started writing it. Uh, I was like, when I was in small age, I would think about movies, short films, and etc. I was like, why can't we make a movie like this? And
Mhm.
we started something, and after a while, we stopped it. And recent times, you know, the movie named Brahmastra from Bollywood. You remember that?
Yeah, there's some movie. Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
So talk about the
yeah.
concept and
Same
plus.
same story which I wrote in my book is in that movie. Actually, the storyline, which the concept is in
Mm.
that story, I was literally shocked.
Mhm.
Both are maximum same, right? That's a great thing which I got to know.
Yeah, it
It,
happens to me as well, and I think it happens to many of the people. And we just spoke
yeah,
about that a couple of minutes back. Is that idea always come to multiple people at the same time?
yeah,
Some make it live, implement it. Some just keep on their mind, and some
yeah.
discuss it. Right. So when you have a thought, right, and
Thought is a scratch thing. We need to build it and we need to get it out.
correct. And now you have the tools to do it. There are a lot of tools available, a lot of knowledge available, a lot of people who are available who can help each other out. And pretty much it's all there for your consuming, right? So make sure you utilize that. Uh, you know,
Yeah,
uh, for example, your idea, if you would have just made that into a prompt and created an animation video, now it could have been the top trending thing on the internet, right? So always
maybe.
try to make it a final step as much as you can, right? Do not leave it half cooked or just in your mind. Put it
Yeah,
in a journal, put it visible. And the reason we say implement it, because when you implement it, you own it, right? It's not that you have just put something in the wild. You have implemented it, and that's the best way to lead a life. If you have a problem, if you have a problem in your either life or in your company that you're trying to solve, always if you're not able to solve it, write it down on a piece of paper. I was discussing with one of the guests, and she told me that the greatest solution that she found when she came to a different country, she had a lot of problems, and she was able to solve it, right, almost rationally. We should write it down, so that once you're writing it down, it becomes real.
actually, there is a one guy called Govardhan in our team who used to write everything with pen and paper. He's like, he don't use pen and paper also. He just carries a pen in his pocket. If he gets anything, he would write on bench, he would write on wall, he would write on paper, everything. And
Mm,
at the end of the day, who is going to pitch our idea? When this came into our thought, we went some like in our college, there is an event called Eureka, which was hosting by IIT Bombay.
mm,
Who is going to pitch the idea? Who has all the information? I have some information in my mind, but that's not the full-fledged info which we discussed past 3 months or 4 months. I can't remember all the things, right? Then he came out and he was like, I would write each and everything, and he gave me some instincts. And also, tomorrow we are going somewhere on 30th, like for Aditya University, a T Hub event. He wrote each and everything specifically, like what to tell, what is going to happen, what are the questions they would ask, the panel would ask what we should answer. Each and everything he wrote in a paper. That made me simple. Actually, I can think of it in a simple way, right? That's what we are talking about.
Correct,
Yeah,
absolutely. And that hand and eye coordination, basically you're basically hardwiring your neurons, right?
yeah,
And this is one way that we humans have learned. There are many ways to hardwire neurons. You can hardwire just by writing, or linking it to a comic event, or to a emotion. So there are many ways you can hardwire things, and once you hardwire neurons, you don't forget that, right?
yeah,
Especially your aha moments, or wow, those kind of moments, you will never forget, because they get hardwired. And there
yeah.
are conscious ways to hardwire things, and there are many books, and many people who teach this also, and you can learn it, because if you want something to be hardwired, make sure you learn it how to do it consciously. And the reason, when you learn to do this consciously, is basically you're taking control not only about your IQ, but also about your EQ, right? And once you take control of your EQ, which is your emotional quotient, right? You take control of your emotional intelligence, and once you take control of a human emotional intelligence, you're able to lead a better life, because then things affect you less,
Actually,
right?
not most of the people doing this, right? Only some people are trying to get control over their emotional things.
This is
Yeah,
difficult, right? मोक्ष प्राप्त
yeah.
करना difficult है. आपको आपको
So
कोई
that
बुरा
there are successful people are less actually.
they would
I
be, right?
think,
It is difficult, right? Because right now it's same like AI. I know very less people in my circle of connection who can actually build a large language model, or no, I will not even say large language, a small language model from scratch. It's very difficult. You need to understand the mathematics behind it. It takes years and years of effort, right? So
yeah,
similarly, moksha ki prapti is very difficult, right? Things would affect you. You need to learn
yeah,
how it affects you, because you cannot control. So if, so for example, you come in the show and you speak some bad words to me. I know you're not gonna do it, but if you do,
yeah,
I cannot control that. But what I can control is how it affects me, right? And
yeah.
how I
You're right.
react to it, right? It's
Yeah,
not a road rage where you say "Arey ye kya," and I was like "Arey main ye kya." This is the thing that I would not name such people, that but this is not the way to go, because power escalation can happen in both sides, right? uh, you
you're
know
right.
तुम अपने दोस्त को लो, मैं मेरे भाई लोग को लाऊंगा. It doesn't work that way, right? So no,
It definitely
that
doesn't
is
work
not
that way.
sensible. Huh. That's not
Yeah,
sensible. So maybe it makes sense for some people, but for me, or who people who I advise, I say not to do that, because it's not a
that would
good.
never solve a problem, right?
Exactly, because you're trying to solve a problem. You're not trying to create a new problem, right?
Yeah,
So
that would bring a
focus.
new problem for us. Just
Correct, correct, correct.
uh,
Yesterday, somebody was talking about replacing a particular memory device on a hardwired motherboard, and if they, they were discussing, if they heat that thing up, right, and try to remove the chip, it's going to damage other component, because it's very difficult to selectively heat that IC chip. So they
yeah,
decided to use a drill which has a nanometer, or a very very precision point movement, and they can just drill that chip out and put a new chip. I'm like, fantastic, man. So so
that's a great
innovative.
idea, actually.
So you need to figure out innovative ways to do things, right? And how to, what you're trying to solve. I remember my uncle back in the days. He used to develop his own PBX switches for smaller societies, and he used to go to Delhi and get a EPROM programmable thing. But he was always scared somebody will copy it and make their own chip. So what he did was, he made this whole circuit and then use, I think, MC or something on top of it, so that
Yeah,
the only way it comes out is you have to break it out, right? So
yeah.
and he always scratch the IC number so that nobody knows what EPROM he's using.
Ooh,
So
it's a great
every.
thing to like.
So
It's
I'm not.
actually crazy idea.
Yeah. So we are all, see, the word jugaad. There's a reason it came from us, right? So we have a lot of ways we do jugaad, and
Yeah,
it's just given the right opportunity, right place, and we can do wonders. It's the famous dialogue, right? खामोशी को कमजोरी मत समझो, and please don't, right? you know
Yeah,
people
you're
people
right, actually.
strategize at that point. People build connection at that point, and there are bigger things that they can do what people have never imagined, because it's not in their capacity to imagine, right? Because if you want
Yeah,
to get work done from someone, just get the work done from them, right? हंसी खुशी चीजों को झेल लो, नहीं तो फिर it will be very difficult. So what I'm trying to
yeah.
communicate is that think of innovative ways, think of good ways, because everybody is good. I have personally never met someone who is bad in my entire life till now. There's always
Actually,
situations and
in my
understanding.
perception, there are no person who is called bad or good. There is just a situation. I
Correct.
would
It is.
say
It is situation.
if
It is परिस्थिति. You're absolutely right, and right and wrong. You may be right in your own book and wrong in some other
yeah,
book, right? That's how it
yeah,
is.
it's just a perception, right?
It's just a
It's just
perception, right? Because there cannot be absolute clarity or reality. Because if there
yeah,
is absolute clarity or reality, you will be the god, right? And you're not. Neither
yeah.
am I. So it's very difficult to think in that
There
area. So
is
let's not think
a
about things that is not in our control. I keep saying
there is a
that.
great saying by actor Sai Kumar in one
Uh-huh.
movie. I think uh, what to say. Uh, actually, one second. Uh,
No, take your time.
Lansa, uh, what? I don't remember the actual saying. It's about that there are no heroes and villains in this world. The people are just uh, based on their
Character.
what to say opportunities, and based on the thing what they do is
Okay.
the meaning of that saying.
Mhm.
That what he tell. I would every time tell that thing to everyone who are asking for the suggestion, and I would tell that no one are good, no one are bad, it's just a perception. If I'm good in your perception, I would be bad in others perception, right? I
Correct.
was telling to each and everyone about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot be good for everyone. It's almost impossible, right? It's very difficult to
if
be good for all. You
if
can be
we
better.
need to satisfy each and everyone, we'll be the unsatisfied person of the world,
It's
most
very difficult.
unsatisfied person.
It takes time to satisfy more than one people. 45 minutes or 45 days or 45 months.
Yeah,
The thought is you should always focus on yourself first, and even the airplane says the same thing, right? Put your oxygen
yeah,
mask first. It's not about selfish. It's about thinking and doing the right thing in the right time, because once
yeah,
you are healthy, happy, you can help others, right? And we want to help others. It's not that we don't want to. Why would I not be? Because we are all social animals. We need to think about others in our family first, because we are living and they gave so much and they have sacrificed so much. So always think about family first, right? For your friends, relatives, and everybody around your society. Very important, because you walk almost along with your neighbors and your society, right? The path you take, reach your colleagues, your friends, everybody is important. And start with that perception and lead a good life, you know
yeah. That's a great thing. What we actually do is that, right? We doesn't have any interruptions with the people who are around us. We'll definitely be kind to them, and in some cases, it would happen. Definitely, we are not a god to handle each and every situation in a good manner,
we
right?
cannot we cannot
We
it's
have
very
definitely we have some issues with that person. We'll just sit and if we sit and talk, there will be no issues with the person. Actually, I
Yeah,
would think
that
that.
person is not talking. Give it the space that person needs, right? Don't try
Yeah,
to force yourself, or don't try to overemphasize. Don't try to make sure that you prove a point, because the world is
yeah,
not proving your point, right? The
yeah,
world is about making things right the way it is flowing. So if you're in a stream of river, don't try to make your own stream, right? First try to flow with the stream, and then try
If
to
we
make
try
good.
to flow our stream, we'll just go with the flow of that river stream and
Exactly.
we'll just die.
Yeah, you're gonna erode yourself, right? That's what it does to all.
Yeah.
Good man. It was
Yeah.
lovely talking to you. I think we can talk forever. This may be the longest I've spoken to someone. 1 hour 45
Oh,
minutes.
thank you.
Yeah, I
Actually,
because normally I have gone beyond I think 1 hour 14 or 1 hour 15 minutes. So it is
yeah.
141, which is good. So congratulations to both of us that
Thank
we have
you.
the capacity. And one thing I will just add is coming live takes a lot of courage, definitely. But you should always try to become visible and relevant. Whether it's by coming live, blogging, or any means that's comfortable to you. Always try to express yourself because it is important. The more you express, the more the neurons build, they get hardwired, and you get new things from you that you have even not imagined. So
Yeah.
uh, that's what I would like to end this because my mom is asking for tea and I need to go.
Okay.
I,
With
I
the next
cannot.
meeting, we'll meet with our team maximum. We'll try
I was
to.
about to, yeah, you just took my words. I think we have a good vibe matching.
Actually, yes.
If you're in Pune, Maharashtra, if you come here, please do visit my house. Call me.
Actually, I have an invitation for you. If you could attend our e-summit, we are planning a e-summit in February month ending, which is for entrepreneurships fest. It's a big thing in Vizag. No one has ever tried to do e-summits in AP around. We are doing that in
Mhm.
our college. If you
Mhm.
are free, in any case, please try to attend that fest. It would be grateful, and you can build network
Why not?
in here.
Yeah, if I'm free, I'm available, and I can technically and physically do that. Why not, right? So
Yeah,
just send me the message, and I'll see what I can do, right?
yeah,
Absolutely, why not, man? It will be my honor. And let's connect again. I know we can talk
yeah.
forever, but my tea is getting cold and my mom is getting hot, so she'll get
Then
hot.
it would be iced tea.
It will be iced tea. Yeah, so this iced tea.
Yeah,
The only difference would be the ice would be on my head, not on the tea.
come on. Yeah,
So that's what's
great
gonna.
to meet.
Yep.
Yeah, next time I'll bring my team too.
Yeah. So you can send them the links, and they can join as separate participant because there are multiple modes here. I think I can invite up to 7 participants.
Yeah,
Because I'm using the free version, so we can do that. If not, we'll
yeah.
figure out a way, man. Because
We have
Jugaad is a
just 4 people to deal
yeah.
with
And we
me.
we know jugards a lot, so we can
Yeah,
think about things that is unimaginable for people.
okay.
At least from our perspective, there are always great things happening in the world, right? All right,
Yeah,
thank
you're right.
you so much, Sharan. It was an honor talking to you. I had absolute fun.
Thanks, Dr. Ankur. I mean the same.
Good,
Actually,
good.
that's a great thing. Our vibe literally matched. I'm
Yes.
thinking the same. I too didn't speak to the person rather than my group around 1 hour 45 minutes. It's a great thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
so
It's
much.
like you're the brother from another mother, right? That's what.
Thanks for the compliment. Actually,
Most welcome. All right. So I'm gonna click on
yeah.
end stream. So we'll go offline.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye. See ya.